adjust that one, and then that makes.
Didn't know I had a technical job. Good morning, everybody. I'm going to call the meeting of the State Election Board on this day, August 22nd of 2002, to order. And we'll begin with Dr. Johnson leading us in our invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Almighty God, creator of heaven and earth, source of true wisdom, Father of all mercy, hear our prayer. Thank you for this day, for the blessings in our lives. We pray for our Governor Brian Kemp, his leadership, and for all of those who are elected to lead in our state, that they carry out their duties honestly, faithfully, and fairly. We pray for those who work for the state of Georgia, that their work may please you and benefit every citizen in Georgia. We pray for all those who are in need, danger, or in any other adversity. As we gather here today, we pray for your wisdom and direction in matters of importance. In the words of Solomon, give your servant a discerning heart to distinguish between right and wrong. Grant us, O Lord, the will to think and always do things that are right and live according to your will. May our work be conducted with dignity, respect, and an unfailing commitment to our duties of the state election board. We are all pilgrims in this walk of life. Show us the way. Be our constant companion and guide. May this journey be filled with hope and joy and a desire to follow you. All this we ask in your name. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. As I left my house this morning, my wife Betsy said, it wasn't too long ago that you told me that you had retired. Said that you're going out with 2 briefcases. It doesn't look very much to me like you have. And then she said, but it doesn't surprise me. When I was in undergraduate school, my undergraduate mentor taught a class, and one of the lectures that he gave, he talked about the alignment of one's values with their conduct. One of 2 examples he gave of his personal alignment was the act of voting. He said there's something incredibly important to engage in the fundamental act of participating in a democracy, and said that he believed deeply in the right of citizens to vote in the places where they have that right, whether it's the United States or some other country, but for him it was the United States. And it's the act of voting that said that if it's such an important value to me, that I got great satisfaction and fulfillment when I actually engaged in that process. I had just voted in my very first presidential election, and I found myself that was an important value for me. It was fulfilling, and it was patriotic in the greatest sense of participation in the American democracy. I have voted in every election, including those when I served overseas, since 1970. The importance of voting is the reason that I decided to leave the comfort of being in retirement to accept the request made of me to chair the state election board with my fellow board colleagues. This is harder work than you will ever imagine. It has taken more time than I ever expected. But there is something about doing something that's important and engaging in the conduct that aligns with your value that makes work not as onerous and burdensome as it would be if you didn't like or didn't believe in what you were doing. Before I accepted this, I want to tell you I asked 2 questions. The first was, would I and the board be independent? And would the board have adequate resources to perform its public duties? The answer to both of those questions was yes. The members of the board are an impressive group of public servants. They've been doing this a long time, much longer than me. Mr. Mashford, Ms. Gazelle, Mr. Lindsay, and Dr. Johnson are deeply committed to our state. We've had long conversations about why we do this, why we want to do this, why it's important to us. And their dedication is to ensure that there is integrity and fairness in our voting processes. They each bring a different perspective to the board, and I've been the beneficiary of their time and experience and wisdom as I've begun my duties. They are exceptional people with exceptional commitment to you and to our state. The promise of our independence is being met. There are organizational changes that are required to be put into place, but there's a willingness on the part of the board and the Secretary of State's office to work collaboratively in what are changes that need to be made as we operate as we are constituted now under Georgia law. The promise of resources is moving forward, not as quickly as I would like for it to move forward. One of the problems is that we're in between legislative sessions. There's an existing budget. We have to work within a budget and make changes to it. But I find a significant commitment to giving the board and finding for the board the resources that I have told them and the board has told them that we need to operate as we want to operate in service to you and the state. We've been invited to amend the budget that I've already submitted to the General Assembly and to the Governor's office with a commitment that they will discuss with us our needs, and based upon the amount of money that I think we need, they have not rejected it out of hand, and in fact, I think they wonder whether or not we've asked for enough. Maybe I should correct that. Like everybody else on the board, I bring a different experience than they do to this process. First, my experience is largely, and it was until I took this assignment, very much like yours, what I knew about the voting process, I learned as a voter. Like you, I engaged the process expecting it to be operated with integrity and efficiency. I understand organizations, organizational change, and its impact and the requirement to build a team focused on accomplishing objectives. I'm a lawyer, and my work over my career has been varied. It's focused on developing and understanding facts in a variety and very complex situations, and then interpreting those facts consistent with the law. My approach is guided always by the facts and the law, and the exercise of discretion is undertaken only when it's allowed, where the facts and the law permit it. My belief in public service is that public service means serving the public, that the leader of an organization does the work of the organization, and that integrity requires courage to do what is right, even if unpopular. One of our core duties is to hear and respond to complaints. That's how we learn of specific and systemic issues. I had never reviewed a complaint. I now can say that I've reviewed lots of complaints. And they're interesting not only in the specific instances that come up, but it has been really interesting to me that they tend to illustrate for me and disclose to me some of the fundamental issues that arise in large counties and in small counties, and that's given me a better sense of the value of complaints, not with respect to just specific conduct, but what they tell me, and I think what they tell the other members of the board, about the process within the state. I'll also say this, that I have been impressed with those occasions when counties in particular have reported to us that they have made a mistake and then told us what they have done to correct it. I spent a lot of time sentencing people when I was a federal judge, and it was always important to me to find out what a defendant's response was to a claim that they had engaged in wrongful conduct. I think anybody in a system like this that has the wisdom to tell us that they have done something wrong, explain the consequences of that, and that they have done things to correct the action that they have self-identified and identified to us, that those counties ought to get credit for that, and they will. And some other complaints, I've read those, and I've read the response of counties and individuals, as well as members of precincts that have worked elections. Their response is not to admit mistakes, and then their response is not to cooperate. That is going to end. Let me finish by saying that it is our privilege for each of us to serve in this opportunity the citizens of our state and our state in general. As I've told you, the work is hard, and that is true of all work, though, that's important. I would simply ask that you be patient with us as we navigate our duties and the board's change of status. I want to thank everybody for being here, whether you're here in person or whether you're watching this through our technology. And I pledge to you, as the newest member of the board and on behalf of my other board colleagues, that we will do our very best to serve you well, honestly, and with integrity. First item on the agenda is the approval of the board minutes. They have been distributed to each of the board members. Is there a motion to approve the minutes, or are there any suggestions for amendment?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second? Second. It's been moved and seconded that the agenda of the meeting of May 17th, 2002 be approved. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Mr. Chair, I think you said agenda, but I think we're approving the minutes.
I'm sorry, it's the minutes. Thank you. See, he was the acting chair, so he's better at this than I am, and his job is to make sure that I don't make mistakes.
Mr. Chairman, please use your microphone. I'm very hard of hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, I'm sorry. It was on, but I guess it wasn't close enough. All those in favor of approving the minutes of May 17th, 2022, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The minutes are approved. Next item on the agenda is an update on the Fulton County Performance Review, and that will be given by Mr. Germany, the General Counsel, the Secretary of State's office. Which one is it?
Good morning. Judge Duffy, board members, thank you for your time this morning and for your service on the board. I'd like to give the board a brief update on the status of the performance review of Fulton County. Because we have some new members of the board from when this process was started, I'm going to give a little more in-depth update than I have in past meetings. First, I'll speak to the question that is probably foremost on everyone's mind, which is timing. When we started this process, which was almost exactly a year ago, the goal was to complete the review in the calendar year 2021. That was a known aggressive timeline. The reason we had it was because we knew once we got into 2022, it would be difficult to continue to move forward with all the election responsibilities of both the members of the performance review team and of Fulton County. So unfortunately, the performance review is not going to be completed prior to the 2022 election or the certification of that election. And I'll explain the reasons for that after giving a little background on the process for the members who were not here when the process begun. The performance review team is myself, Ricky Kittle, chairperson of the Catoosa County Board of Elections, and Stephen Day, a board member of the Gwinnett County Board of Elections and the former chair of that board. Both Ricky and Stephen have turned out to be excellent selections by the State Election Board. They have been invaluable throughout this process, and I'm very thankful for their service. The performance review was put in place by SB 202, and the duty of the performance review team, as spelled out in OCGA 21-2-106, is to make a thorough and complete investigation of the local election official with respect to all actions of the local election official regarding the technical competency in the maintenance and operation of election equipment, proper administration and oversight of registration and elections, and compliance with state law and regulations. That's obviously a big job. After that thorough and complete investigation is complete, we are to issue a report of our findings to the Secretary of State, the State Election Board, and the local governing authority, which shall include such evaluations, judgments, and recommendations as the performance review team deems appropriate. The performance review team was appointed by the State Election Board in August 2021, almost exactly a year ago. And I told this board in our first update that the goal was to complete it in 2021. That was an aggressive timeline. We have not met it, unfortunately. We have made substantial progress, I believe, and will continue to do so. I'll explain a bit more about what we have done so far, but first I want to say that Fulton County has been very cooperative with the review process. They have retained very competent counsel who have been helpful. They have opened up their staff and their facilities to the review team, and they have produced requested documents. So far, the review team has observed the absentee ballot process in Fulton County during the 2021 elections, as well as early voting and election day voting. We've also observed election day operations and post-election operations at Fulton County headquarters. We've interviewed staff members of Fulton County elections, and we have a couple more interviews to conduct on that front. We also plan to interview the current Fulton board members and potentially former board members as well. We do want to be cognizant of the fact that Fulton County election staff and board members have a significant amount of work to accomplish right now in preparing for the November election. That's obviously their most crucial task right now. But I'm confident we can work with their counsel to complete our remaining tasks in a manner that does not interfere with their ongoing work to prepare for the upcoming election. In addition to those tasks, and in an attempt to expand our reach beyond the three of us, we have also utilized the work of the Secretary of State's Office Investigations and Elections teams. Secretary of State investigators have investigated numerous allegations regarding Fulton County, so we are utilizing that work to assist in our review. And the same for the Secretary of State elections team. They work closely with Fulton County and every county. So we are able to incorporate what elections has learned into our review as well, particularly in regards to redistricting and reconciliation. In terms of when I expect the team to finish its review, I think that a goal of prior to the end of this year is reasonable and doable, but I don't believe it will be possible to complete the report until after the certification deadline for the November election. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Mr. Germany, it seems that since you're doing a review of their processes, that one way in which you could most critically evaluate that is to have a number of people observing the Fulton County operations during the November 2022 election. Can you describe for us what that would look like and how many people might be involved and what specifically you might be focusing on?
Well, that's been something the performance review team has been discussing. It is something that we'd like to do. There's obviously 3 members of the performance review team, so that's not that many people. The other challenge is the members of the performance review team, Mr. Kittle, Mr. Day, and myself, they all have sort of competing election responsibilities in their own counties at those times. I think we will be able to do some observation of each of the same things we did in 2021, and I think it's vital because 2021 is obviously a much smaller election. So we want to be able to see, okay, how do these processes work in a general election environment? And so we're discussing amongst ourselves how best to do that. There's 3 of us, and so what I envision is something similar to what we did in 2021, and Fulton was cooperative in setting up, letting us visit certain polling places, walking us through different processes, and essentially letting the team see whatever they wanted to see. So I envision doing the same thing. I think the scheduling part of it could be the most problematic part.
I guess the other question I have is, maybe 2, is that with the work that you've done so far, you must have at least some sense of where you would want to look more closely. So is it possible to say, based upon what you know, that there are certain places where you would, if you did observe, that you would want to observe more intently? And then secondly, I know you've only got 3 folks, but is there any way that you could enlist other people, having those 3 people say that when you look at this particular part of the operation, I want you to look specifically at these things and report back to me, so that they don't have to do it themselves?
To your first question, yes, I think we have kind of, we do have areas where we say, okay, these are things that we are seeing that we'd like to observe in more detail, and these are things where, okay, everything seems to be in order, and you don't really require further observation. In terms of expanding the number of people, I think we'll be able to do, hopefully, some of what we've already done by using Secretary of State investigators and elections people. They're obviously going to have the same challenge as the board members. You know, we did bring up the possibility with Fulton as of bringing in some outside consultants, and that was, you know, you were talking about resources earlier, so that wasn't something that the state had the resources to bring in. Fulton, I think, did not feel that they had to do that underneath the current law, and so we have not moved forward with that at this point. That would be a possibility, but it is a bit unclear. I don't know that the law allows it to be forced upon the county without their kind of cooperation. Especially because we were envisioning, we were essentially asking them to pay for those outside consultants.
Mr. Chairman, tell us exactly.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Tell us what else needs to be done for you to complete.
I'm sorry?
Yeah. What are the next steps that you need to be, you and your group need to be involved in order to get to the completion?
The next steps are basically scheduling remaining interviews. We have some people that we know we want to interview. I think what we'll find is there will be additional people as we complete those interviews, and then observation of the 2022 election, and then writing a report.
Yeah, my recommendation to you at this point is to convey to the chair those needed additional resources to get you to the completion line, and also to assist you in observing whatever needs to be observed regarding the 2022 election. The chair has been pretty good about going to whoever we can to try to find the resources necessary. But I do think it's very incumbent in terms of having folks to have faith in the outcome of this 2022 election, that we apply whatever resources are necessary to get you to the finish line. And I think you'll find the board very receptive if you could provide us with the list, so that it's not just the three of you, but any additional resources, including possibly somebody from the outside, because it's time for us to get to the finish line here.
Mr. Chair.
Dr. Johnson?
Fulton County has a budget of $37 million and moving upward to conduct this election this year. It seems to me that they would be able to utilize some of these funds to enlist observers from the outside.
I would agree. Thank you.
You know, there's a couple management things that we might be able to do to help you. One is, if you could sit down with whoever you're interacting with at Fulton County, with you three members, and talk to Fulton County and say, this is what we need, these are the people that we need to interview, these are the documents that we need to review, and these are the operations that we need to review. And let them know and let them agree in that writing that those are the activities that you're going to undertake between now and whenever you're ready to write your report this year. And tell them that the board has asked for that, so that we can monitor progress to the end. This has taken, you know, a long time to get there, but it is important for it to be completed. And then when we get that, we can say, we think it's important for you to allocate the resources necessary to complete those things that you have agreed to do on behalf of your group. And let them know that we are actively involved. I mean, it's our performance review. We're actively involved in making sure that it gets done, and that we're going to look at the progress because we want it to be completed. And I'm encouraged by the fact that you think that it's possible to get it done by the end of the year. We need to know that. We have to make decisions based upon what you find, and sometimes putting something in writing and knowing that the people who commissioned it are actually looking at the progress has an impact, especially when we weigh in and say it's necessary for you to find the resources to do what you want to do and need to do. Ms. Gazelle?
And I'd like to follow up that it's not just Fulton County that needs a sense of finality, but there are 158 other counties that are watching this and I think are deeply concerned about the process itself and the lack of clarity. So having closure and moving forward is really critical overall, I think, for a lot more than just Fulton and a lot more than just the voters.
Anybody else have any questions? Mr. Germany, one of the things I think that the board wants to do, and this is an adjunct to what Ms. Gazelle said, which is accountability and knowing that there are people watching the processes to make sure that they are trustworthy and that there's integrity within them, makes people, I think, look at their duties differently. And I think what you all will produce to us and to show them that this process is rigorous and that we're involved, will show other counties that that's what we want, that's what the citizens want, and that's what any good organization that tries to do something well does, which is why every corporation has audit committees, have internal investigation committees, internal audit committees, and that's all we're trying to build into this are some principles that tell people that in different counties that there's a process by which their conduct will be reviewed. And to go back to my opening comments, that those counties that say, yeah, we do have problems, here are what the problems are, here's what we're doing to correct those, that's the attitude that we want, is to create more of a collegiality, a collegial relationship between us and them, and to motivate them to say, these are the issues that we have, but we recognize them. Here's what we need in order to address those issues, and here's what we've done to begin that process. I just think that's important to the overall integrity of the elections. But I know that you have that same commitment as we do. Thank you. Anything else? All right, thank you, Mr. Germany, but don't leave, because we're going to have another report from you. I want to give the audience some background on this. This is a report on what is called the Proposed Methods for Acceptance and Equitable Distribution of Grant Funds for Election Administration. Long title, which doesn't itself tell you what the issue is, so let me explain that to you. There are some counties in the state that have been provided with funding in connection to help fund their election activities. Not all counties received money. Not all counties have asked for money. But some counties have gotten money, and in some cases it's been significant. So the General Assembly in SB 202 thought that there ought to be some process for making sure that that money is deployed in a way where it's most needed and where it can be used most efficiently. So what they asked us to do is to look at that process and see whether or not there is a recommended way of taking money that is given for the purpose of election administration and finding a fair way of distributing that. There's probably also a fundamental question about how do we make sure that that money isn't given for the purpose of trying to influence conduct on the part of elections or election officials, or in that matter, us. That's something that I think we ought to have a little bit of a discussion with today. But what we've asked Mr. Germany to do is to help us fulfill the request, help us to fulfill the requirement that we have to make these recommendations. And so that's the report that he is going to give to us now. And that's the background I wanted you to have before the report was given.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, correct. So in Senate Bill 202, the General Assembly asked the State Election Board to study and report back a proposed method for accepting donations intended to facilitate the administration of elections. I think, the idea is to have those, the idea that I think was really wanted to study was can these donations go through essentially the state election board and have that type of oversight, prior to just going straight to a county, for all the reasons that Judge Duffy, that you just said. The model that we sort of looked at first, we looked at to see if that was something that was done in other states. We weren't able to find kind of an exact model from any other states. I think the closest model is how states disperse and distribute federal funds from HAVA, the Help America Vote Act. That's something currently that the Secretary of State's office does for Georgia, and generally other secretaries of state, or if it's not Secretary of State, the state election board would do that in other states. I think, takeaway of the report is, yes, something like that is possible, but it is going to require, to go back to some of your opening remarks, significant resources from kind of a grant review, grant distribution, and then, of course, the kind of reporting requirements that are required. And so that's essentially the conclusion of the report, that a legislative scheme could be put into effect that kind of models that for private grants. It would take significant resources from the board, for the board to essentially administer that.
Now, everybody here on the board has received the report. Are there any questions or comments on the report, or suggestions beyond the report?
Yes. Thank you, Judge and Chair. Mr. Germany, from my perspective, I come from a background from nonprofit, so I have dealt with grant application, grant administration, grant reporting, and I know how critical it is that when you're involved in that you have real on-the-ground knowledge of how those funds need to be used. I also want to acknowledge that every county is constrained by state law and board regulations, and so funds, no matter where the sources are, have to be expended according to Georgia statute. I would suggest that the state election board, as a volunteer part-time body, is not best suited to oversee and administer these grants as much as the Secretary of State's office is, because you are the folks who are talking every day with county officials. You have your liaisons with the counties, and you simply see the needs much more clearly than anybody on this board could possibly do. So that would be my preference, that if the General Assembly decides to move forward with this model, that the staffing is actually housed and overseen by the Secretary of State's office, with some oversight function from this board, certainly, but the day-to-day administration really needs to happen with the folks who are working day-to-day with the counties. That's my suggestion.
I think that's right, that essentially there will be significant involvement from counties, of course, from the nonprofits you mentioned, from the state election board and Secretary of State's office. I think the bottom line of the report, this report of the General Assembly, which is more like kind of I think a starting point for the General Assembly, is if we decide to put in place something like this, it is going to take significant resources to make sure money is being spent fairly, being distributed fairly, and then being spent in the way. And so I think that'll really be up to the General Assembly to see where do they want to allocate those, to whom do they allocate those resources. But the gist of this is those resources are going to be needed somewhere.
One other point, I think there's still a lacuna in the law, which is how counties manage in-kind donations, which don't pose any sort of concern. And what I mean by that is, if a facility owner wants to donate the use of their hall for an election, you just literally just as a precinct, so that the counties don't have to expend tax funds in order to hold the election. There's still a little bit of silence there. And I would be interested in hearing from county election boards whether the current process of going through the county commissions is feasible for that. And I don't know if anybody has undertaken any inquiries. I think we'll see this November a lot more clearly how that process is working for them and how in-kind donations are being managed and whether or not there's a problem with that. And so I would like, after November, I would think that deserves some follow-up as well.
That we have, I think, received, especially after SB 202 was passed, some questions along those same lines from counties. And I think you're right to point out that that's not the type of thing that I think the General Assembly was really thinking when they put some of the restrictions in place. They were moving at the types and amount of money that we saw in 2020, which we really hadn't seen before. And there doesn't seem to be indication that we'll be seeing that type of funding into elections, at least this year, either. So I think that's good. But in terms of the things that might have been like polling places and things like that, I hope that that's kind of continuing as it has, and I think the law kind of allows for that, but some additional clarity would not hurt.
Well, this discussion suggests two things to me. First, I've only considered that these are cash contributions that are being made, so not that in-kind contributions aren't important, but let me just save that for a second. In the report, there are two options. One would be pro rata distribution to counties based upon either the number of registered voters or the number of people who vote. I'm not really in favor of that because, one, we know some counties don't want the money or don't need the money, and I'm a firm believer that money ought to follow need, and that we ought to evaluate what the need is and find some process by which we determine where the money is best allocated. So that's my first comment on the report. The second is, I do think that there's a decision on who is it that will do the investigation to determine where the need is. I don't think that ought to be wholly within the board, us, nor do I think it should be wholly within the Secretary of State's office. For the resource issue to begin with, maybe down the line, if there was resources made available, we could spin this off. But my thought was this, is could we suggest to the General Assembly that we create a grant distribution commission made up of maybe 2 representatives of the Secretary of State's office, 2 county representatives, somebody who has expertise in grant evaluation and distribution, but maybe ultimately 7 or 9 people, and charge them and ask them to do what we do, which is to volunteer their time just on this issue, so that it's not all you, it's not all us, and we involve some other people who have an interest in making sure the process has integrity, and ask them to do the evaluation for us, and make the recommendation that we would both receive, the Secretary of State's office and the board would ultimately receive, to ask them either to tweak their work or ultimately to approve it. And I think the more people we get involved in this, assuming we get people to volunteer to do it, but we tell them that this work is really important because we don't want undue influence in elections. And would they agree to serve on this commission or whatever we call it? And maybe that's a solution for addressing the manpower needs without taxing either the Secretary of State's office or us. And put some people in place to say, that's all we want you to do is focus on this issue. That's just a thought.
To your first point, I would just add that what our office has seen in HAVA grant distributions is they really are, I think, kind of a vital lifeline to smaller counties, because a lot of these grants are smaller. It might be $10,000 for security upgrades or reimbursement for things like that. And Dr. Johnson made the point that Fulton County has a $37 million elections budget, so they can make those, and they do apply for HAVA grants, but it goes a lot further, I think, in a smaller county that might not otherwise have that. And so that is kind of the model that I think tends to be followed in HAVA, because a lot of it requires some matching, or we pay $3 for every $1 a county pays. I say we, it's really federal funds administered through Secretary of State's office. So I think your first point is exactly right.
And is this money that counties, whether large or small, go and approach organizations that have money? Or are these organizations saying, we have money, we'd like to give it to you, but you got to apply for it? Or is it both?
Well, it's a hard question because we hadn't really seen it until 2020. It was an anomaly. What happened before that was the federal funds. That was kind of that was where kind of the grant money was, and it was used for as spelled out by HAVA. It's used for kind of disability upgrades to make polling places more accessible. It's also can be used for security upgrades, and so a lot of that I think we go to physical security or in buildings and in offices and in things like that. And so the idea was federal government has some money and they see some needs, and so they're trying to fund that. And the model in 2020, it was just such an anomaly. I don't know that I could really speak to it very well.
So what I hear you saying is that there was a lot of money in 2020. We just don't even know whether or not, what the magnitude of the money is going to be in future elections.
I would say the magnitude, I think, is going to be, I think 2020 was very much an anomaly because of COVID, because of a lot of reasons. And so hopefully it is an anomaly for that reason. But what we haven't seen, at least this year, those same types of things anywhere around the country, really, in terms of that much money coming into elections.
Which means it might not be as big a project as we expect.
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to share some of my views. Elections.
Is she going?
It helps if I turn the mic on. So this is a technical requirement that I thought I had as the chair, so bear with me. I ask for your patience.
I think it's on
Patience
now.
with this, too.
It's on now. Elections are not charities. The decisions that one makes with regard to grants is only as good as the bias of those in control. There are a number of issues to consider. First, grants are gifts with strings attached. Gifts, especially money, that's not earned, influences behavior, and it interferes with the accountability of the recipient to the elector or the taxpayer. And worst of all, they're addicting. The first grant is welcomed, the second is expected, and the third is demanded. Grants encourage unnecessary spending and too quickly evolve from a want to a need to a demand. Grants come with requirements by the grantor and carry a significant risk that the integrity of the election process might be compromised. I'm very much against grants, and I think counties should live within their means. If we do eventually have to deal with grants, I think it should be under the control of the State Election Board and must be approved by the General Assembly. And further, I would recommend that if there are grants, there can be no strings attached by outside parties or guidelines developed that would not enhance election integrity in every aspect.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. This is a great example of different perspectives. I came from a profession where nobody ever gave lawyers money unless we did a lot of work for it. So nobody was coming to lawyers and saying, we want to give you grants. In the medical profession, that's different. I agree totally with Dr. Johnson that a process, if this happens, that there's money that wants to be granted, where there is a gatekeeper, and that gatekeeper's responsibility would not only be for making sure that it goes to places where it's needed, but the gatekeeper's responsibility might be that we refuse your money because of either the appearance of it or the subtext of it that you're trying to influence money. And I'll give you an example. I did some work up at Kennesaw State with an addiction center, and one of the organizations that wanted to give us a lot of money was a liquor distributor, and we said no. And they were surprised because it was a lot of money, but we said we are not going to have that relationship because of the public perception that it creates, and ultimately with what we thought might be that the center would be used to promote their product. So, but I think a gatekeeping function that says, I know you've offered to make that available, but we decline it. Would it be a way of protecting against somebody trying to use grant money if we decide to do this in a way that would impede or tarnish the reputation of the state or its election processes? Anybody else? Matt?
Turn the mic on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to kind of add on to the previous presentation is, Ryan, the fact that you're presenting on these two important issues demonstrates that the board has a lot of confidence in you, and you do a great job. And I think the citizens of Georgia benefit from your experience and your hard work, and we put a lot on you, and that's because I think you're one of the finest election lawyers that Georgia has. So thank you for your service, and we appreciate it very much. The thing that troubles me on this private grant is the original purpose of it, as you well stated, was given to us as responding to COVID. And so who can object that you're buying hand sanitizer? But as we look throughout the nation, there are stories that some counties used the money. I think Green Bay, Wisconsin is one that I heard of, where the money was used to hire private people to come in and take over the government. And so I think that one of the things, or my input on this is, the key to me on accepting this money is the people who allocate it have to stand before the people and let the people judge whether they made a good choice or not. And as you're talking about donated funds, you're responsible to the donors, and those donors might not even be in Georgia. So if somebody in Oregon wants to give money in Georgia, well, what's going on there? And is there an accountability if we're being responsible to donors in Oregon? Did the people from Georgia like what they did? So I think one of the keys, as this discussion keeps going for me, is the one of accountability. Hello.
I told you should not let the chair have responsibility for this technology.
But the key to me is whether these funds are allocated, is the people ultimately doing the allocation, or are they responsible to the people? And do the people get to come in every 2 years and say, you made a good expense, you made a bad expense, we're going to throw you out. We don't like the way you spend money. So that's the input that I would give in this forum where we're able to give our opinions of things. Is that's what I'm going to be primarily focused on and looking for, is where's the accountability and who gets to the ultimate final approval on whether that was a good expense or a bad expense. And then one final, I said that was final, but I have another one, is you have a particular problem if you allocate it on a per capita basis. You have a particular problem in counties where there are very identifiable demographic issues, where you have 100% Republican precincts and 100% Democrat precincts in the same county. I don't think per capita there is sufficient. I think they got to dig even deeper and say, is this county allocating it just to one party or another? So it even needs to get deeper than that. But to circle back, thank you for all your hard work and your contribution to this, and look forward to the discussions as we continue to wrestle with this. But I think the General Assembly was very wise and very smart to get a handle on it, even if it was just a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic response, as it seems to have been in Georgia mostly. Still, we can't just have the Wild West out there of money flying around. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. ultimately, we have a responsibility under SB 202 to report and make recommendations to the General Assembly. My question is, what's our process from here? If we have to do that, do we want to approve this report? Do we want to have some input on giving Mr. Germany comments about what we would like the report to look like, and work collectively to do that before we finalize it, and then ultimately at some point have to vote on the report that we will, and recommendation that we'll make to this General Assembly. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yes.
And Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I would just add that I think when any report is sent to the General Assembly, in my experience, that would kind of be the beginning of it. So I think they would probably appreciate, if they decide to take up the issue, kind of additional input from the state election board. So I do think that there will be opportunity to kind of provide deeper input on kind of more specific questions as they come up with the General Assembly.
So what would the board think about us providing some editorial comment to the report for Mr. Germany to consider, that reflects some of the comments that we made here today, and then try to work collectively on finalizing what we're comfortable with and what you're comfortable with before we submit it to the General Assembly?
If I may, Mr. Chairman, I view Mr. Germany's report as the first draft that he's given to us, and it's then incumbent upon us to take a look to make any revisions. And certainly I think it should fall on some board member to take that up and to take a look, and then come back at the next meeting with a recommendation on what goes to the General Assembly. What Mr. Germany said regarding the General Assembly is absolutely right. They're going to take this report and then decide for themselves if they like what they hear. But it is incumbent upon us to do so. And since I have said some board member, I guess that's going to be probably a good idea if I volunteer. So I'm more than happy to take the report and accept any input from any other board members, and then come back to the board with a recommendation at the next board meeting.
Does anybody have an objection to Mr. Lindsay volunteering and having responsibility?
And I would like to accept anybody else's nomination. But I just feel like let's keep this thing moving.
I think that makes a lot of sense, and Mr. Lindsay, thank you for doing that for
Thank you.
us. Anything else on the report?
Well, Mr. Chair, I think one of the decision points that we need to make is on Dr. Johnston's point, is the board, probably not now, we need some time to think about this, is one of there were previously two options, how do you allocate it, this or that, but I think with Dr. Johnston's comment is one of the options is no grants at all.
Right.
So I don't think I'm ready to cast a vote on that today, but at a future meeting.
That's the whole point of coming back,
Right.
is for you to be able to decide, and I plan on sitting down with each of you individually to get your input to see whether or not we can work out something. I do worry about any time a grant. Let me go back to the Hope Scholarship and to the lottery. Governor Miller, in his wisdom, decided that he was not going to simply devote lottery money to education in general, because he had seen what had happened in other states in which the money went to education in general, and what did the General Assembly then do? They reduced how much money came out of the general fund. So he instead went and looked at projects that the state does not already do. That's my view when it comes to how we handle grants. I don't want the grant money to ever be part of the core purpose of an election system, because I've seen how legislatures do things. I have a little experience with that. And so, I plan on inputting my own thoughts as well as each of yours and Dr. Johnson's to sort of try to come up with something that the board can work with, that I plan on coming back with. And then y'all can decide if you like the recommendation or not. And I fully expect to be more changes once I make a proposal.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah. Yes.
one more comment. Mike. I would also be interested in inquiring the use of grants that are funneled through counties for the express purpose of use in elections that have no control by the state election board, so that although we've prohibited election offices from receiving grants, it seems to me that it may be a go-around for counties to receive grants and then utilize those monies as if it were directly to an election office.
Something else for us to take a look at, Mr. Chairman. And may I also add, I also want us to take a good look at the statute, because I am concerned about unintended consequences. I personally, as I'm sitting here, and it was raised a little while ago, I think I voted in a place that was donated by a private institution my entire life, either a church or a synagogue, and a VFW place, and all of which was donated. And I certainly don't want to, if the present statute would somehow limit those entities or other entities from being able to donate space to a county, I want to certainly make sure that we recommend to the General Assembly that they fix that. So that's something else I want to take a look at.
Well, I think, Mr. Lindsay, that the board is giving you this charge that we begin with, don't make any grants at all, or if we make grants, do they extend to grants that might be going directly to counties, and everything in between. And it's not just cash, but it's in-kind contributions. And we appreciate your willingness to talk to us individually about this and to draft something for us to review. Anything else on this issue? Mine's on. The next order of business is our investigation reports, beginning with the consent cases. Let me give you a little bit of background before we get into that. The board receives a large number of complaints for investigation review, and the number of complaints is greater than it was in the past. The process for complaints is that, because we are only 5 board members, that we do not personally investigate complaints, but we use the services of the Investigation Division of the Secretary of State's office. But I want to explain further what that relationship is. I will acknowledge that there's been, as we move from the board being constituted the way it was before SB 202 to what it is today, that there are some technical things that need to be done, and representational things that need to be done to communicate with everybody, including complainants, that the investigation is an investigation by the state election board. So, for example, as we tried to give notification to people about the complaints that were going to be on this agenda, I did not catch that the letters that went out to respondents went out on stationery that said that it came from the Secretary of State's office. We are moving towards everything being represented in what we communicate to the public and to others within state government, that those communications are on behalf of the state election board. For example, the agenda used to be the Secretary of State's agenda. Today it is the state election board agenda. And it's those sort of things which are important, I think, in giving you confidence that these investigations are investigations for us. We're just using the resources of the investigation division, but I have met personally with the investigators, did that over a long session a couple weeks ago. And I think the working relationship is good. They understand that these investigations are being done for us, even though they're employed by the Secretary of State. And I want to give you confidence that we are intimately involved in the investigations. And if you look at these notebooks that we have, that these are recommendations to us. They are not final decisions. So it is our responsibility to take an investigation, which I have reviewed, that are competently done by investigators, but even reviewed by us, to tell them that we are not comfortable with the sufficiency, and this is in a minority, very small minority of cases, the sufficiency of what's been done, and we've asked for them to go out and do additional work. I think that that's the best example of the fact that these are our investigations, and that the investigators want to help us do our investigations and want to get for us anything that is unanswered in what they have done so far. And so in this case, I think there were 5 or 6 investigations that we said we think that more work needs to be done, and asked the investigators to do that. And their response was, of course. And because I have the most investigative experience of members of the board, talking about different perspectives and experiences, that I've been doing that personally, because I've done a lot of investigations in my life, and I like working with investigators and trying to come up with a way in which we can get the information that's necessary to make a decision. As I've told you, and everybody in the board believes this, that we need to know the facts of an investigation before we can apply the law to the facts. And so I'm very fact-intensive. Every member of this board is fact-intensive, and the discussions that likely you're going to hear today are questions about facts before we get to how the law applies to that. So I just want to emphasize that the cooperation and the collegial environment between the investigators and the board is strong, and that these investigations are perceived by all of us, perceived by the Secretary of State's office, and perceived by the investigators as work that's being done for us. It just happens to be resources that are in the Secretary of State's office. But the Secretary of State has never said, well, we don't have time to do that, we don't have the resources to do that, and by the way, we work for the Secretary of State. That never comes up. What comes up is, what do you need? We agree that we can do some additional work. We understand why you want it. And we appreciate the fact that you're looking at these so carefully before you make a decision on them. So we are now to the first order, which are consent cases. The consent cases, if I were to generally explain how those are viewed and why they're on this consent, is generally we have found that there is no violation that we could find. There's 2 ways of not finding a violation. One is that the complaint does not have very much specific factual information in it, and so and we don't quit there. We don't say, well, this is just not enough. What we say is, what can we do on our own to look at this conduct that occurred in a particular place, because we need the facts to know what happened in that place to see if there's a violation. The second is that we have facts, and when you have the facts and you believe that the facts are extant with respect to that violation, then we go and look at the law and say, well, these facts are, we think these facts are in fact the facts here, but there is not a violation that these facts would show that there was a violation under the law. And there's actually a third way. One is that, as in all cases, and I had plenty of those when I was on the bench and in the U.S. Attorney's Office, is that you can say, here are the facts, but there's got to be a standard of moving forward. We can't just say, these are enough facts. If they're all true, or if we interpret it in a specific way, we think there probably is a violation. Probably is a violation is not the standard. The standard is, are there facts sufficient to prove a violation? And that's what we look at to make sure that if we're going to go and have a hearing on something, that we have facts that we can prove that a violation of Georgia law in fact happened, and then we allow the person to respond. So these are cases where one of those standards had not been met, and we're suggesting that, or the recommendation we have is that there's no violation. That's a recommendation. What we are doing today, and all of us have read all these complaints, have read all the investigative reports, is to provide each of the board members the ability to ask about specific cases or to ask for additional work to be done, because they are not yet, and maybe the board as a whole is not yet prepared to make a decision on these cases that they should be dismissed. So that's what the purpose of this hearing is. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to first ask any member of the board, because if everybody agrees that the standard hasn't been met, we could deal with them as a whole. And I trust that everybody has read these, and so if nobody wants to single one out, I believe that everybody has made a decision that, based upon what we have in the investigative report, shows that it's proper to dismiss it. But where we're going to start is I'm going to allow each board member to say, are there any of these cases, because they've read it and they've got questions about it or might want something else to be done, that they would like to discuss individually. When that happens, we'll ask the investigator to tell us, kind of summarize the investigation, and then we will have a discussion, and questions can be asked by the person who wants to pull it or anybody else on the board before we make a decision on that complaint. So that's a long explanation for the process. But you need to know the process, and I want you to know the process, and I want you to test our process that we are going to do what I told you we're going to do. If it's a really short question, I'll take it, but...
To the persons here whose case is going to be talked about, do we get to put it in input to how the investigation was handled? Since, I called everyone about my case, and I didn't hear for 453 business days about my case until I got the letter to come here to say you're dismissed. Already been transferred all this.
So are you a complainant or a respondent?
I'm a plaintiff.
Complainant. So you're the one that filed the complaint.
I filed that.
Well, after the board asks their questions, if you want to say something, I'll give you a couple minutes to do that. But we've got a lot to do today. So.
It just said that it didn't speak on the letter, so that's why I didn't.
Right. So we'll let you, as the complainant, let's get the answers from the board members first. So let's begin with the most senior board member, Mr. Mashburn.
I don't have any to pull out, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Gazelle.
I have a few that hopefully we'll be able to take care of very briefly. One, the first one is case 2020-225, Henry County, and that's tab 8.
Thank you.
Case,
Well, let's just take them let's take them one at a time.
okay,
Great.
perfect.
So where is Sarah? There you are.
Yes.
Can you give us a brief, or maybe do you want to ask your question to have her direct her response to your question?
Yes, there were, within the investigation, there was an indication from a voter that they had received multiple copies of absentee ballots. While they only voted one, there was a suggestion that 4 ballots were actually mailed to the voter. Is that this case?
So is your question, did they look into that?
Was that confirmed? And I also may have put my note on the wrong case.
Yeah, I'm not seeing
Yeah, I don't think I put that in the wrong case. So I'm so sorry. It must be the wrong tab here. But there was a case in which there were 4.
It's the right one.
You have the right
It
one.
is the right one? Okay.
Is it for,
That's right. Yeah, they were all postmarked December 20th. All information on the envelopes are the same. Does the investigation file indicate that the investigator actually saw all 4 envelopes?
this- I'm sorry, what was the question?
The fact suggests that that a voter had received 4 separate ballots due to some administrative error, but I would request that the investigators go back and inquire a little bit more as to how that happened, because clearly that shouldn't happen. The process is within the office, the registrar's office. Processing the absentee ballot application should not allow for 4 ballots to be issued to the same voter. And I want some, like, a confirmation that that actually happened. It's not entirely clear from my reading of the file that 4 absentee ballots were issued to the same voter. So I think it would be very helpful to me to determine whether or not that actually happened, and if so, how, and what the county office has done to make sure this can't happen again.
This was a case that was taken over from another investigator that left, and when you were saying that with the 4, there was a case in Henry County where the investigator did go pick them up. I can't say for sure if this was this one, because I'm not seeing it in the narrative either, so.
Right.
I believe they did, but I can't say for certain because I don't see it written either.
It would be really helpful if you could confirm that, and then just come back at the next meeting, and then if we could figure out what happened and where the fail-safes failed, because it shouldn't be possible for this to happen. So we just need to understand if there's additional training that the county needs or something like that. So, thank you.
Yes.
I have 3 others.
So, Mr. Chairman, would the proper then for us to simply move to continue this rather than dismiss to the next hearing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I would
Is
make
that
that
your
motion.
request?
Yes, that's my
I would make
request.
that motion, Mr. Chairman.
Second? Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Then it's continued. Next, Mrs. Gazelle?
Yes. Yeah, I had marked that. The next one was related to tab 20, which is Brooks County, a voter registration issue. In this case, I'll let you find it first. In this case, the voter had registered late in the process, and therefore their names were not found on the electronic poll books, and they were asked to submit a provisional ballot. I don't see any indication in the investigation whether or not the supplemental list of electors was present at the precinct on election day, because that under Georgia Regulation 183-1-12-.19, subparagraph 10. Every precinct should have a supplemental list of voters that is a paper copy of voters who registered at the last minute. The electronic poll books don't necessarily contain these last minute updates, but these lists do. And when voters appear on these lists, they should be allowed to vote on a BMD and a regular ballot as opposed to a provisional ballot. But the investigation report doesn't reflect whether or not that was there at the precinct, because that if it was there, then the poll worker erred, and if it wasn't there, then the county erred.
Okay.
So again, I would move that we continue this case to add that inquiry, and then review it after that fact has been found, one way or the other. So.
And I assume that you don't have any information to be able to confirm what happened as far as the listing?
No, I don't have that information.
Is there a motion to continue this case?
I move to continue the case.
Second? No. Right, then the motion fails for want of a second. So let's go on to the next one. Ms. Gazelle's done. Next. Mr. Lindsay.
Yeah, two, if I could, thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me better? If I can, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to sort of talk about two of them. One is simply just a comment, and that is the Dougherty County matter 2018-106.
What tab is that?
And that's tab 2. That's the first one. It's unclear. I'm not seeking to continue this matter, but this is something that I think that is for us to take a look at, because part of our duty is to make recommendations to the General Assembly regarding any tweaks in the election law. And, you know, I'm assuming that these students are telling the truth, that they thought that they had made an application and that someone was doing a voter drive, but apparently those were not turned in. And I think that the General Assembly needs to take a look at this sort of situation to determine whether or not, because in effect that's fraud, that someone thought that they were doing what they should have been doing in order to be registered to vote, and yet someone didn't take their application and turn it in as they promised to do so. And this is simply a comment on my part, Mr. Chairman. I'm not, given the facts in the case, I don't have a problem with dismissing it, but I do think that we need to be looking at possible recommendations to the General Assembly on how to tweak the law to make sure that folks who are purporting to be part of a voter application drive actually do what they promised to the potential voter. But that's my concern, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I also had marked this case, and I echo the comments by Mr. Lindsay. Actually, it seems, it may be that voter registration drives may be misleading or failing to properly inform young voters of the requirements, and thus disenfranchising a new registrant, and to promise that they're registered and actually not send the registration in. Further, I would hope that no young, inexperienced voter would accidentally register in two locations and be prompted or not know, but vote in two different locations. So I think it would be good for the General Assembly to review these guidelines.
I think there's a lot of wisdom in that. It's and I think sometimes we treat all voters the same, new voters, infrequent voters, voters that haven't voted before, and voters that have voted forever. I suspect most people in this world know how the voting system works, and have had enough experience to be more intuitive about the process. But I do think that there is, in a lot of it is public information being made available to people that are voting maybe for the first time, and let's just take college kids to begin with. But I think that there might be this, a requirement that somebody who is in college, let's just take that population to begin with, that if somebody seeks to provide voter registration information to them, have to give them a specific paper telling them what their rights are and how that process works, might be in order. But I agree with Mr. Lindsay, which is, I do think the General Assembly ought to look at this and see whether or not we ought to treat different voting demographics differently to make sure that they have accurate information about what they can and cannot expect and what they need to do themselves or not need to do themselves. So I will take Do we make a motion?
No, it's not a motion so much as it's simply an observation, and at the appropriate time before the General Assembly convenes in January, I believe that it's incumbent upon us as part of our duties to make certain recommendations for the General Assembly to take a look at certain things. And this is certainly one that I think that they should do so. And for the audience's benefit, because I've sort of cut it short, basically what had happened was several students at Albany State believed that they had registered to vote through a voter registration drive on campus, and those applications were never apparently forwarded to Dougherty County. And so the students thought that they were registered to vote, but it turned out that they were not. Most of them, it appears, were able to vote somewhere else, but what my concern was someone may very well have, had this voter registration drive and then didn't do what they were supposed to do, which is turn them into the Dougherty County. And I want to make sure that sort of thing doesn't happen in the future. Or at least we can do our best. Anyway, no, Mr. Chairman, that's simply just an observation on my part. I'm not asking for a motion.
Okay, what is our process generally when we decide that we want to do something to make a recommendation to the General Assembly? How do we internally do that so that we don't leave here today without somebody having the assignment to address that and decide whether or not we're going to recommend anything to the General Assembly?
Well, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Mashburn, who's been around a little bit longer than I have, about recommendations that have been made in the past. I do know that's part of the duties that are listed for us by statute, and so we can assign one particular member or two members of this body to make proposals for the next meeting that would then go to the General Assembly.
Mr. Lindsay is correct. The board does have the stated duty to make recommendations to the General Assembly, and so it would just be communication that the board would draft up and vote on and transmit it. We think this would be a good law, and here's why. So Mr. Lindsay is exactly correct.
Well, Mr. Lindsay had two comments. One was, how do we do it? And the second was his suggestion that you be
I took the last bullet. You take this one. I'll help.
I'll be glad to work with Mr. Lindsay to draft that up.
All right. And we will since you've got, Mr. Lindsay has an assignment,
I'll take the lead.
Thank you. Okay.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, my second one is, it's tab 13. It's DeKalb County. It dealt with allegations of issues when it came to dropping off absentee ballots at a absentee ballot box. My concern, once again, I'm not necessarily looking to continue because there's a want of evidence because they can't find the tape that would help the investigator be able to see whether or not the allegations are correct or not. And my concern is there doesn't seem to be any kind of standard in terms of the preservation of the tapes. And I believe that's something for us to consider in terms of, I think that's something we could actually do on a regulatory basis, but something for us to take a look at in terms of requiring some conformity by the counties when they're supposed to have a surveillance, thank you very much, of the various boxes. And in this particular case, they can't find the tape for the particular day in question. That raises a very serious concern to me on why they can't find the tape, and equally so that there is apparently no uniformity when it comes to the counties in terms of how to make sure that they preserve that. I just want to sort of raise this as a concern, and for us to look at and perhaps pull in our friends at the Attorney General's office and other places to perhaps look at whether or not we can do a regulatory fix when it comes to this, so that we put forth a uniform process for the counties to maintain and preserve the tapes, so that should a question arise such as this, that it's accessible to do so.
It's interesting. I was going to talk about this, and then there's another, and it is when I first read this, it's always suspicious to me that they have tapes, except the tape we want, which is not to say that there is any mischief going on, but the whole purpose of the tapes is to answer this question. And because we don't have the tape, we can't. And because we can't answer the question and we don't have the evidence, we can't move forward on a complaint, which may or may not be valid. If we had the tape, we would know for sure. So I think that's a good recommendation. And the other interesting one was that we had an allegation involving a Dropbox. I'm not going to pull this, but it's just an illustration of how important these tapes are. And there was a business that everybody believed had tapes, had recordings, because they had cameras looking at where the Dropbox was. We didn't have information from the Dropbox camera, but the fellow whose name we have said that he did and said that he would pull the tapes, but the tapes, I don't think he became uncooperative. I just think he had other things to do. But it goes to the importance of these tapes when you're trying to get visual evidence of what happened or what didn't happen, which I think underscores the importance of, if we have official tapes with official equipment, that there ought to be some requirement, or we ought to look into that.
Yeah. And if I may, Mr. Chairman, just for the audience, but by contrast, there are 2 other cases that we will be dismissing today in which there was adequate video to be able to actually track down the individuals who put the ballots in the box. Turns out in both cases, they were simply putting ballots for members of their family who lived in their house. So, that dismissal, were taking place with good certainty that nothing nefarious happened. In this situation, we're having to dismiss because we have no evidence to be able to go any further. That's the concern.
Yeah. Any other comments?
Those are my 2, Mr. Chairman.
And just one final thing. It shows to me, as the new person on the board, the value of people making complaints. I mean, we get a lot of them, but it doesn't mean that doesn't help us to make evaluations about issues like this. Or we don't just determine responses to complaints, but we have to look overall at how the system works. And in this case, maybe there is a requirement that if it had been in place, that we might actually have evidence, rather than dismissing a complaint, to determine whether or not there was or was not a problem with the manner in which something was, the conduct that occurred on a specific day, which is not available because that date's not available. So thank you, Mr. Lindsay. Great example of our additional duties. All right, Dr. Johnson?
Yes. So I have a question about case number 230.
Which is a tab 1.
Tab 10. It's about voter registration drives, which probably just emphasizes the need to look at voter registrations. This case included 184 complaints from 42 organizations or entities. And included in these complaints were 77 deceased people and a number of minors that received various communications. So it just raises the issue of how we might revisit this and make recommendations to the General Assembly as far as the due diligence or responsibility or accountability of voter registration drives. It's not that I'm against voter registration drives, but I think there should be some consideration when so many deceased people, dead people, are sent communications.
Any further comment on that? before I make a comment.
I do have one concern that about overreach on our part, particularly in this case. People pass, and the data is simply not corrected for many months sometimes. I would hazard a guess that the counties on a monthly basis are required in official voter registration lists to update according to death records. But between the time of a death and the records being updated, the voter registration lists will contain, through no fault of anyone, the information of people who are no longer eligible to vote because they're no longer alive. So to blame organizations for using current voter registration lists within the scope of a few weeks, I think is real overreach on the part of the state election board if we are trying to lay blame that it takes time to update records. And we're talking about a state with 7 million registered voters, and we're talking 77 people. I would hazard a guess that every few weeks, at least that many registered voters pass. And so I want to make sure that we are looking at the facts and not the rhetoric. These folks didn't try to vote. There's nothing wrong with the system if they're getting mail. I get mail and I get text messages for different houses that I don't own because data is messy. And the public data sources that organizations use are messy and sometimes incorrect. So I want to make sure that we are not trying to hamper organizations undertaking First Amendment protected activities because it somehow can be misunderstood as being inappropriate.
With all due respect, I could account for someone being sent communication if they had been deceased 1 or 2 or 3 or maybe 5 years. But in this report, there were alleged solicitations from someone deceased 28 years, 7 years, 47 years. What in the world is going on? And the report does not include the information of whether any of these alleged complaints, if these deceased people were checked to see if they were on the rolls, if there was a voter history of these persons. And I just question this targeted group. It makes me worry about the vulnerable voter. The vulnerable voter. And a deceased person is the most vulnerable of all. So I think it is something that we should think about and consider addressing with the General Assembly.
You know, this is a perplexing question, but I wonder if it has two components to it. You know, I do think that a lawyer is going to have to look at this to see whether or not we can impose a requirement that is constitutional to dictate to people what lists they can use. You know, my experience is that I get a call that I'm a member of a class action because my data has been breached at some company. And I said, well, that's interesting. My data has been breached at 7 companies. So there's all this personal data about people out there, and I think people use those lists for a variety of purposes. The question for me is whether or not somebody that decides that they are going to broadly distribute information about voting or encouraging people to vote based upon a list that's not a voting list, whether we have the authority or whether constitutionally we can prohibit somebody from using that information to communicate with somebody else. So that's one question. The other question, I think, is I know of one county that updates their voter list every month. I know some counties don't do it that often. But if we had some requirement as to the frequency with which voter lists have to be updated, and got communication out to people to say that anybody who's involved in a voter drive ought to use those lists, and those lists are available, and I don't know if we charge people for them. But maybe one thing we could look at is, do we have the authority to say that, you can't wait 6 months because there's no election coming up before you update the list. One is it's more expensive to do that, more time intensive. As you get closer to an election, you shouldn't wait that long. And maybe we look at big counties have to do it more often than small counties because they won't have as much. But I think the idea of at least somebody looking at this and asking the Attorney General's office to help us determine whether or not it's prudent or legal for us to impose those sorts of limitations is at least worth looking at. And also looking at whether or not we could impose an obligation to more frequently update voter lists, because it's important to the public and to those organizations that are trying to encourage voter registration. But I'm happy to hear comments from other board members.
Well, in the attempt to cut the middle ground, because I share the concerns about trying to impose too many obligations on an organization that is simply trying to reach out to potential voters to encourage them to register. But at the same token, I would like to see those organizations, when they do so, also provide a link or information on who is eligible. We've been talking about the folks who have reached out who had passed, but there were also a number of folks who reached out to who were actually living out of state or underage or whatever else. And I think it would be incumbent in terms of, and I want to think about this, I haven't thought it through, I'm just listening right now, as to whether or not we would want to see those folks doing these voter registration drives to at least provide a link to the potential voter to say, hey, this is the criteria for you to be entitled to vote. I don't think that would put too great a burden on them. Perhaps another line on the text message that I get, but other than that, just something to think about, because I do share the concern on trying to put too great a burden on an organization who is trying to rely on some list. But on the same token, I don't want to see an organization inadvertently, and I emphasize inadvertently, send something to a person who would otherwise be not qualified to vote, to encourage that person to register to vote illegally. And I think simply just requiring that they provide some link or that sort of thing to sort of say, here's the criteria. I don't know how practical that is, but that would be sort of my middle ground I would draw.
I think that suggests that this is ripe for rulemaking and a public participation process in that.
Yeah, and to hear whether or not that's something that's practical or overly burdensome, or beneficial for that matter. I don't want to oppose a regulation that's not beneficial.
And I'll just add, one more comment based upon this review, which I think we all have, is that there's really interesting common misunderstandings about registration and voting. There are a number of these complaints where, a handful, where somebody used to live in Georgia, moved to a different place. What is required of residency is not as crystal clear as you would expect it to be. And so somebody who goes to a different state intending to live in that state, but because they haven't registered in that state, believe that they can vote in their former state. And I don't think that they believe that because they're trying to vote illegally. I think they just believe that you're registered where you're registered until you change it. So there is some misconceptions about things like that, and we ought to do a good job, or the best job that we can, of making people aware that when they change their residency, that doesn't mean that they can go back to their past residency just because they have not yet registered to vote in the place where they are. I actually think there's some people that say, well, I live here, but I really think my vote has more impact in Georgia, and we ought to discourage that as well, because if it's not permitted. I think so. In all of this discussion, I think that we ought to work with the Attorney General's office about what we can and can't do, and what is a practical matter we can require and not require. Even if we can't require it, we ought to at least encourage it, or make the public, somebody who's going to register to vote, or somebody who wants to do an absentee ballot, ought to be able to go someplace and see whether or not they can.
Yeah.
So let's see, so Mr. Lindsay has an assignment. Mr. Mashburn has an assignment. Would anybody like to take this as a project?
Yes.
Thank you. So Ms. Gazelle will look into that on behalf of the board. Dr. Johnson, anything else from you?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman. I'd like to look at case 33. It's tab 29. Challenge voters. And I really just want to make a comment. I don't think it needs a continuance, but in this case of challenging voters, I'd just like to state that the process of maintenance of voter rolls is only as good as the registrar that performs those maintenance duties. With the burden or the additional work that DDS provides to registrars to keep election rolls updated and current, and with the verification and communication, updating and editing their rolls, that they have quite a large amount of work to do all the time. And I would just like to say that they need to be vigilant about the issue, the possibility that when people get new licenses, they may inadvertently be put on as another voter, a duplication, so to say, of voters with driver's license renewals. And the verification of the qualification is sort of like when you register to get a driver's license. It's kind of like a twofer. You get a driver's license and you also register to vote. And the verification of the eligibility of that person in the election office, in the registrar's office, is very important and needs to be thorough and accurate and consistent. So I'd just like to make that comment.
Anything that you suggest needs to be done, or?
I think at some point it would be advisable to look at the uniformity of voter roll maintenance throughout the state in all the counties, to maybe look at their processes and their policies of how each county maintains and updates its rolls. It's their responsibility.
Mr. Germany, do you know if that data is available?
Sorry.
Do you know if there's data available for the 159 counties and their practices with respect to frequency of updating voter rolls?
Yes, at the risk of sort of putting on the spot, there's not a microphone over here, so I'll speak as loud as I can. At the risk of putting him on the spot, our elections director, Blake Evans, is here. They can be able to speak to that, but out of the statewide voter system, that's something we can look at every day to make sure counties are keeping up with their list maintenance activities.
So in regards to list maintenance, we have regular list maintenance that counties conduct on a monthly basis. Those consist of processing felons, processing deceased records. We get deceased records from the Department of Public Health for the state of Georgia. We also get deceased records from, through our partnership with ERIC, which compares our voter list to the Social Security Death Master List. And so the good thing about that is it does capture people who move away to, say, Alabama, Tennessee, Florida, anywhere in the country, and then pass away. So we get that information that's processed on a monthly basis. I already mentioned felons. Now, counties are updating and maintaining the voter list on a daily basis. We can pull audit reports and see what voters have been touched and by what user they were changed by, the record was processed by, and that happens every day. Even late into the night and over the weekends, we'll notice that there's some activity. I logged in yesterday to do a little bit of work, and I noticed there were some people in the voter registration system. So county election officials, especially the closer that we get to the election, are working long hours and doing a lot. Now, I will tell you that one of the best tools that we have that we utilize fully is ERIC, and we're a member of that. We just did.
Could you explain for the audience
Yes.
what that is?
So ERIC is an organization made up of about 33 states where we, the organization, we send them hash data, so they aren't actually getting voters' private information, but they're able to do a comparison and a cross-check to see if people have moved across state lines, and we're able to get that data. And then what we just did towards the end of June is we mailed notices to people who had moved out of state, asking them to cancel their voter registration. We got several thousands of people saying, yes, I have moved out of state, because most of the time when people do move out of state, the average person doesn't think, okay, I need to contact my county registrar in my previous location so that I can cancel my registration. So we got thousands of cancellations through that. And without that resource, there's not another good way out there to be able to get that data. And we had about I would say a 15-day window to be able to execute that following the June 2021 runoff election, and we were able to do that. And we also did a NCOA mailing. So NCOA is the USPS National Change of Address register. So ERIC takes our data, compares that to the NCOA list for anybody who filed a change of address with USPS, and then we send those voters a mailer also, and that includes people who filed a change of address out of state, or if they moved within the state of Georgia, and then by state law, we are able to, if they moved within the state, we still mail, or within their county, we still mail them a notice, but if they don't respond to it, we can automatically move them. So we're able to do that as well. So that's just kind of a general, we did the NCOA and the cross-state mailers last year also, and then we did them again this year. I will say we also processed a list of duplicate registrations. So not people who voted multiple times, but people who, as Dr. Johnson referenced a little earlier, occasionally we will see instances where the same person has multiple registrations. Sometimes this is because of a name change, and the person processing the registration did not notice that there was already a record for that person. And so Eric and their data analyst sent us a list of duplicate registrations. We sent that list off to counties, and then they were able to process the duplicates. And they did that towards the end of July, beginning of August. They were processing that, and then we're about to get a new list of duplicates as well that we'll send off to the counties, and that should be coming in the next week or so, or probably the next couple of weeks, and we'll send that off.
Here's what I would suggest. This is a lot to digest. Could you meet with somebody in the elections division and find out how often their counties are updating their lists? If for no other reason, to see if there's a way that we could, if we're thinking about people that are doing voter registration drives, being able to go on the internet somewhere to see whether or not they're currently or not currently registered. Or to have somebody who's soliciting to go to that list and say, this person's currently or not currently registered. It could be that we could couple that. And so if you would, it's going to take a longer conversation, I think, to totally understand the system. But I think that's worthwhile, especially as Mr. Lindsay looks at his issue.
I'd be happy to.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Evans. Appreciate it. And thank you, Mr. Germany, for putting Mr. Evans on the spot.
You did very well.
He knows how to call a friend.
Great. And in the course of our discussion, we've discussed the ones that I wanted to talk about individually, so I have none that I want to pull. There is, can you tell me your name, please? Can you stand up? I can't hear you.
It's spelled incorrectly on the letter that they sent me. It was spelled, they put it as non-X, but my last name is Hinkes.
How do you spell that?
Hinkes.
And what is the number of your complaint?
228.
So it's SEV
Yeah, SEV 228, 228.
220, 228.
Tab 9, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Lindsay. This is about the updating of voting records in Fulton County.
No, my is in relation to my son's absentee ballot being placed in the ballot box on November 3rd at around 6:30 p.m., but his vote is cast on October 1st.
I'm just trying to find the right paperwork. But is that in the, that is in the complaint 20?
Mr. Chairman, she's complainant number 1 on page 207
Right.
on report of investigation.
I don't have the letter that you sent me, because that's all the information.
Okay, so you are listed as a complainant along with some other people, but you want to talk about your son's?
Yes, so I was just trying to understand how it could be settled that my son's ballot was placed in the box on November 3rd around 6:30 p.m., but his vote was cast on October 31st, 2020, 4 days prior to me actually physically having the ballot put in the box. So I have all the pictures of me putting in the box. I can GPS as if there was a camera that would show me putting it in the box, and it was in the box on November 3rd that evening, because our postman rang our doorbell. He knew I was waiting for the letter from my son, who was away at college, to come in the mail. He brought it at 6:30, took a picture of it, because it was my son's first time being able to vote for the president. Wrote over the same strings, placed it in the box, took a picture of it, gave him a bill, texted him back and forth to confirm that it wasn't going to get there on time. And then a couple days later, we just checked to make sure, because his twin brother had sent his earlier to make sure that they were both valid, that they had signed and that their votes were counted. And then when I saw the date that his vote was cast on October 31st, it didn't match when it was placed in the box. His brother's matched. His brother's was received by me on the 24th of October and placed in the box. And that on my voter website was accurate, but for Cole, his was stated or written that the vote was cast on October 31st, but I did not ballot in the box until November 3rd at 6:30 p.m. So I just wondered how that is like settled as apples. Like I don't know how
So if I could synthesize that, it's, the finding of the investigation was that all 34 of these people cast their vote, and it was recorded. What I understand you asking is how the timing is off for you, that it was counted.
His vote was cast on October 31st, but his ballot was not placed in a ballot box until 4 days later. So whoever cast the vote on October 31st was not my son. He was away in North Carolina at college, and his ballot was in the mail on its way to our house.
Yeah. So was all that information provided in your complaint?
Yes, I have pictures, I have pictures of him putting in the box, I have the text messages between my son and I as he's asking me, did you get it yet?
Yeah, but that was all provided to the board in your complaint?
Yeah, all the pictures, and I have the,
Okay, so here, with respect to that particular, I think for that particular complaint, we ought to continue that to the next meeting.
I'd like to hear further explanation, further investigation on that issue.
and I could get, I was in New York when I was after this application, so I didn't have access to postmen, it's our regular postman, because
But I understand your issue. I understand that you don't know why the recommendation was as it is. We're supposed to make the decision on whether or not to vote on this one of 34. I don't know, Ms. Koch, is there anything that you can add to this, or otherwise I think we're inclined to continue it?
The only thing I can add is that the investigator that took this case over, when he looked it up in ENET, it was correct. So it's possible that what he was looking at, it showed the vote counting on the correct day.
Right.
So it's possible ENET, if there was a mistake, it had corrected itself.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make sure that this gets
You're
handled.
satisfied? So-
And if you would get together, apparently we have her name wrong as well, and I apologize for that. But I would move to continue on this issue.
Is there a second?
Second.
On just the one?
Yes.
Just the one.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we continue the complaint of complainant number 1 as listed at page 2 of 7 of complaint SEP 2020-228. Is there any discussion on the motion to continue? There being none, all those in favor of continuing on that one complaint, say aye.
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 Opposed, no. It passes and it's been continued, and we'll put it on the calendar for the next meeting. And it would be good at some point to touch base with Sarah Kaka, our investigator, and just have your discussion with her to see if she can't figure out what happened. All right. Is there anybody else that would like to speak about their complaints? Apparently not.
Mr. Chairman, just one more comment about these cases. There, a Mr. Cross contacted me and said that his cases that are in the consent list, he was not notified. So I don't know if that's part of the process that we're trying to organize and improve, is to notify complainants when their cases are brought.
That is the process. They all get a certified letter. Certified letters are not very prompt. Has he asked for continuance, or is he satisfied with the result?
I do not know.
So when he communicated with you, was he just saying that he hadn't gotten his letter, but
Right.
what did he want as a result of that?
I don't know. He just contacted me last night. I sent an email to the members of the board.
Right.
And I don't know if there was a request to continue.
Well, you can
So
make
that he could
a
be
motion to
heard.
continue if you think that.
I'll make a motion to continue case 033 and, I'm sorry, not 033, 074 and 113.
Okay, what are the numbers again? And what tab are
74.
they?
Oh, tab 35
All right.
and 38.
And those are, both of those are just, he's this individual, an individual complainant in those, or are there others?
No, he's the individual. Mr. Chairman.
Individual.
Okay.
Two points, Mr. Chairman. Number one, Mr. Cross obviously knows about this hearing. Mr. Cross is also very familiar with the operations of this organization. He's usually here. Is he not here today? Huh? He's in Missouri. All right.
Well, just so that we have a record, could we just have your name there, because we might rely upon that?
Yeah.
I couldn't hear you. I'm new to this, remember, so I don't know everybody who's here. Thank you.
Yeah. Did he contest at all as to the findings of the investigator in your discussions with him? I mean, but basically this was an allegation of ballot harvesting. The investigator was able to ascertain the person who put the ballots in the box, talk to the individual, and it turned out that those two individuals had simply deposited their family members who lived in their household ballots into the box. So
Exactly. Based on the information, I would agree with a dismissal, to proceed with dismissing this. It's just the process that Mr. Cross was not notified
yeah, and I
is the issue.
How did he know? He wasn't notified. How did he find out that they were on the agenda?
I'm not sure. Maybe he looked at the agenda.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question with regard to this? How did he know to show up at that hearing? Is that the question?
No, how did he know that there was a hearing? That there was a hearing, and we don't know the answer to that.
This hearing?
Yes.
I do not know.
Right. Well, we're talking about Mr. Cross. My question was, how did he know there was a hearing to prompt him to send an email to, and the answer to that is we don't know.
That's correct for this hearing. The reason for my question was, in the previous hearing, where those challenges or those complaints were heard, in that hearing, if you go back to the record, I believe you'll see that he stated that he heard through Twitter and was not notified.
Well, thank you very much, but we don't know that.
I understand.
All I'm doing is trying to determine for the purpose of this record if we know how he learned, and we don't. And how he heard in past hearings is irrelevant to the matter here, which is okay, so there's been a motion to continue. Is there a second? There not being a second, then the motion will not be voted on. Does anybody else have any other specific complaint that they would like to discuss individually? All right. So we have a number of, on the agenda, there are a number of consent cases. We have continued.
Yeah, that's right. My motion, Mr. Chairman, is to accept the recommendations of the staff on all those that have not been continued in the section entitled Consent Cases,
In the
under
motion,
Section 5.
if we agreed to continue, just so that we're clear on what we're not voting on.
I've got number 8 being continued, and that's the only one I show.
No, and then we have number 8 is the one person.
No, and then there was another one. You're right. Ms. Hinks, what case number was yours again?
Number 9.
Number 9.
Number 9.
Okay.
It's number 9.
So I've got, thank you. So I've got tab number 8 and case number 1 of tab 9 having been continued.
All right.
So my motion is to approve the recommendation of the staff on all those listed under section 5 consent cases except for tab number 8 and case complainant number 1 of tab number 9.
Mr. Chairman?
First, is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion?
I believe Board Member Gazelle requested continuance of case number 20.
That was not seconded.
That was not seconded.
Oh, it's not, sorry.
Any further discussion on the motion to accept the recommendations with respect to the consent cases listed on the agenda other than case 2022-25, which has been continued, and complainant number 1 of case 2022-28? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Then that is our decision to accept the recommendation with respect to those cases. Now let's get to the next group of cases, which are called letter cases. Letter cases are different than consent cases, because letter cases are cases where there's support for a violation, but the recommendation is to resolve the complaint by sending a letter to the respondent without any proposal for a sanction or referral to the Attorney General or another law enforcement entity. I'll ask my board colleagues, is that a fair description of letter cases?
Yeah.
Yes.
And we'll go through the same process. Is there any board member that would like to discuss a letter case individually? And we'll begin with Mr. Mashburn.
Yes, I'd like to pull out for discussion case number 2020-123, Hancock County, tab number 44, and case number 2021-
So let's start with
Okay.
44.
Yep.
We received a complaint from the local Democratic Party that were inside the polling location preparing breakfast for poll workers. This was at 9:10 a.m. on the morning polls were open and people were voting. The complainant also reported that she spoke with the election supervisor and that he denied having any knowledge of this, and he told her that he did not approve of it. The complainant reports that she also spoke with other poll workers that were there, and they didn't see anything wrong with it. She said that someone must have approved it since it was happening, and that the individuals reportedly involved and are pictured in a photo that was used on Facebook. The specific allegation in the complaint was not confirmed. Ms. Hudson was on the ballot for the Hancock Actions.
Ms. Cock, can you slow down just a little bit?
Oh, sorry.
And speak up a little bit.
Sorry. There was no evidence to indicate the actions of Mrs. Hudson or anyone else violating the Georgia Code of Elections or the state election board rules regarding campaigning. Regarding this investigation, the investigator did not find that Mr. McGowan nor the Hancock County Board of Elections were in violation of the Georgia Code of Elections or state election board rules in any way. Because of the admitted conduct of the voter of using her cell phone to take a photograph at the polling place during voting, Ms. Hudson was potentially in violation of OCGA 21-2-413, subsection E, and there were no additional allegations, complaints made, or established regarding this investigation.
Right, Mr. Mashburn.
The reason I asked this to be pulled out is I don't want the wrong lesson to be learned from this case. And the lesson that the letter of instruction gives is that you shouldn't have taken the picture and you shouldn't have posted it on the internet. But to me, it's very troubling when a party and a county give the impression that one of the parties has taken over the function of the government. And so in this position, we're required to make difficult choices of allocation. So I don't think it would be a good allocation of our resources to send it back just to have another hearing, to send a second letter of the same thing. But I think the lesson of this one is counties should be careful not to give the impression that one of the two parties or three parties or four parties or however many parties there are have taken over the official function of the polling place. And here, I think the county, I'm troubled when the response is, I don't see anything wrong with it. I disagree with that. I see something terribly wrong with this. And so I always ask people, how would you feel if the other party was allowed to do this? So if there was MAGA breakfast in Hancock County, how would that have been received by the people who saw nothing wrong here? So I support sending a letter of instruction on this one count, but had I viewed it to be advantageous, I would have moved it, go back, and a letter of recommendation be sent on you can't let the parties take control of your polling places. So I'm fine to let it move forward as indicated, but I wanted to pull this up for separate comment so I could make that comment. Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, an additional question, and once again, I want to phone a friend here. It's my understanding that one of the individuals was on the ballot.
Right.
And she's in the polling place.
That's right.
Doing breakfast. Now, I've been on the ballot a few times. I was always under the understanding, except for when I was voting, I was not supposed to be in the precinct again. Is that not correct?
That's law.
I believe.
If you are a candidate on the ballot, you're not allowed to be in the polling place unless you're voting.
Yeah. And so that's not included in this finding, and that concerns me.
One thing I would point out is there is an exception for instance, in this case, it was on here early voting, and I don't know the specific facts here, but it's probably in the county office building. So there is an exception the law talks about if you're basically there at your job, like in a separate office but in the same building, then I don't know.
Yeah, but this would appear that the candidate was actually in the room where the feeding, not that I don't know. I guess part of it is that I'd like to know whether or not the candidate was actually in the room where people were voting. Because that is a matter of serious concern to me.
I had this on my list to pull too. I found this troubling. Actually, I hadn't thought of the nuances of where they actually had this food, but I do think we ought to know that.
Yeah.
So does anybody want to move to continue this?
I want to move to continue.
For further investigation?
Yes.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. It passes. So Sarah, do you have enough information, Sarah, from the discussion to know to go back and find out where she was and the like? Mm-hmm. Great, thank you. And just one other procedural thing. When we send a letter, who drafts the letter and who signs it? Well, obviously, nobody on the board does.
So traditionally, the letter has been signed by the state elections director. discuss changing that given the different constitution of the board.
Right.
So I would pass it from you.
Okay. All right, thank you.
See, now we've given you a test.
Yes, I will accept that as my assignment, which means the next assignment that comes up, I'm not eligible for that one. Mr. Bashburn, you in the second one?
My second one is 2021-031. It's tab number 45. Thomas County Food for Voting.
Ms. Cock, can you summarize that for us?
Sure. The complainant reported on Thursday, December 31st, 2020, that a business in Thomasville, Georgia was giving away free lunches, 400 bunches of collard greens, cornbread mix, and black-eyed peas. She advised it was sponsored by the NAACP and Black Voters Matters, and they called it the Collard Greens Caucus. The complainant states whether or not voter fraud is obvious, the aim of the giveaway was to reinforce voting blue. The investigation revealed no evidence to sustain the allegation of 21-2-570, giving or receiving, offering to give or receive, or participating in the giving or receiving of money or gifts for registering as a voter, voting, or voting for a particular candidate. The investigator interviewed National Legal Director, Acting Chief of Staff, April England Albright with Black Voters Matter Fund about the event in Eastman and other locations in Georgia. Ms. Albright stated they did toy giveaways and food giveaways around Christmas time in different places. She advised they tried to be a part of giving toys out and helping with food issues. Ms. Albright advised the toy giveaways and the food giveaways were not to register people to vote, voting, or voting for a particular candidate. Ms. Albright advised they did not give people information generally on where their voting locations were. I'm sorry, that they did give people information generally on where their voting locations were. She stated if someone needed to get more information about voting, they would offer them the Secretary of State website, and that was the extent of it. Ms. Albright advised they did not have any actual registrations going on, and that was not the intent of these events. She advised they were a 501c3 organization, and they did not support candidates in what you call electioneering in the state. Ms. Albright advised they gave people general information about voting and the people could get the food if they wanted to and they were not required to vote. Ms. Albright stated she was sure many people did go and vote, but they had the information and if they chose to go vote, they could go ahead and do that. She advised it was just a food giveaway. Ms. Albright stated they created the Green Collared Caucus to help yet again offer people food during the time period when some people were struggling, and it is not anything new. She advised they provided collard greens, black-eyed peas, and cornbread to people in the communities. Ms. Albright stated that they just gave the food out in a flyer where their voting location was and the date of voting. She advised it was a benevolent opportunity and major push to try and make sure people during COVID, that children had toys, and to make sure people had food. And there were no violations.
Yeah, and so my comment on that was, the recommendation was there was no violation, so it would have been in a consent agenda, but I disagree with the finding in that I think that grab a toy and then head to the polls. What we try to do here is we try to treat similar cases similarly. And this case reminded me of the vote and get a rifle raffle that we sent off. We either sent off or issued a letter of instruction on that. So this one, I think, is deserving of a letter of instruction in that they need to de-link the toy drive from the voting, and they need to de-link grab a toy and then head to the polls. Those need to be completely separate things and not linked with the conjunction and. So I would amend the recommendation here of potential violations none and actually move that a letter of instruction be sent.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
I'm recalling that there was another case specifically with the toy drive, but that it was dismissed with no violation. Am I recalling that incorrectly in a prior meeting
I don't know.
with the same parties. Mr. Germany, do you happen to remember whether or not there was already a case dealing with these same respondents in a prior meeting?
I don't recall if there was one dealing with the same respondents. The fact pattern that you said rings a bell.
Yes.
And I think when we discussed this, the chair talked about part of the letter would be kind of notification that since this time period, the law in Georgia has changed. So in terms of at least the location of handing out anything, you need to be outside of the polling place buffer zone to kind of take away the question and have to bring it up. Well, is it returned for voting? Is it not? That question, of course, still exists outside of the polling place buffer zone. But I think that was what we discussed as part of a potential letter of instruction.
And just for the record, I'm fully in favor of giving children toys at Christmas time that otherwise would not get them. So I don't have a problem with toy drives. I think they're wonderful. God bless the Marines that have been doing that for years and years, Toys for Tots. So God bless them all for that. But my problem is the linkage of, if you took this and said, grab a toy or head to the polls and made it a choice, that would clearly be voter suppression. If you said you can have a toy, but you can't vote. So I think you say, if you switch it around and say, grab a toy and then go vote, that gives a clear impression that it's an inducement to go do something. And I don't recall the linkage being present in the previous case there. So I'm in favor of toy drives and giving out food, especially around Christmas time. God bless us one and all. But the problem that I have is the linkage.
You know, I had pulled this to talk about it also, and was in favor when I first went through this about sending a letter. It's, sometimes circumstantial evidence is as powerful, in fact, in legal instruction, it's as powerful as direct evidence. And I do think that there is an implied connection that the giving out of toys and the giving out of food was related to encouraging people to vote. And I think that we need to make it clear that that linkage and the time and the place of offering food and toys in connection with elections and voting is that it is inappropriate, and that people ought to be very careful. And in this case, there was linkage, and that we want to put them on notice that they ought to give out toys and foods in environments and with couched around language that is unassociated with elections. So we have a motion.
I have a motion to send a letter of instruction.
Is there a second? Did you second it, Dr. Johnson?
Second.
You did. Any further discussion on the motion? That's somebody calling in with some discussion, I guess. And could you please at least mute whoever has the phone? Thank you. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
That's all I had, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Gazette?
Yes, I would like to pull out tab number, case number 2022-105, tab 53, please.
Sorry, tab what?
53.
50, thank you.
We received the complaint regarding multiple counties in noncompliance pursuant to OCGA 21-2-421.
Yes, and I would like to highlight the number of counties that were simply unable, despite their best efforts, to meet and what this provision is, it is the 10 p.m. deadline for counties to submit the number of votes cast on election day, including provisional ballots and absentee ballots. More than a third of Georgia's counties were unable to meet this deadline. So that tells me that the problem is not the counties, the problem is the deadline is unrealistic. And I think this is really of critical importance that the General Assembly understands that what they're doing is they're setting up counties for failure. And my job, I view my job here as trying to make sure that counties and voters are well served. And I believe that this particular provision of the law does not serve voters and does not serve counties, and that's why I wanted to pull it out. When counties are having to use their resources to send numbers in at an artificial deadline, that means they're not able to count those ballots. And that's where those resources should be spent. I'm editorializing at this point. I believe that the resources should be focused on counting the ballots and giving the actual outcome and the results of the votes instead of the number of votes cast. And I think that the General Assembly must revisit this and revise this in the next session. I'm done.
Well, there are two questions here, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
One is whether or not the requirement at all is proper, and the second one is whether or not the deadline is realistic. The purpose of, I understand, in terms of the requirement is to ensure that the number of ballots cast fits with the number of people who ultimately are counted. You know, we've seen history throughout time of people playing games with that. So I can understand the concern over the time, and perhaps that's something that I could agree should be revisited.
Yes.
I do, however, think that it's a good idea for them to let us know the number of ballots that were cast. You know, whether or not 10 p.m. is a realistic number or not, I think perhaps that's something that maybe that we ought to ask the General Assembly to take a look at. But I do, in general, like the requirement, because it hopefully will withdraw some of the many concerns that we hear about the integrity of the system.
We did revise this list, though. We actually went back, because we were taking that into consideration, and the updated list, unfortunately, wasn't in here, but we did one for the people that didn't report at all, and then I'll have to ask the attorney what the other criteria was, or the ones that didn't do it on the runoff election as well. So it was, I want to say, like 13 instead of the 80. Do you have the list?
I thought we changed this and reduced the list significantly, and that we'd made the distinction, this was in the pre-meeting where I was reviewing this to determine what I wanted to present to the board, that it's only those people who did not respond, which significantly reduced this list. And I don't know why that wasn't changed for the board members. Yes.
What we ended up doing, I'll try to do my background,
That's it.
is
And Ronnie, I know you have to walk over here, but I think everybody is going to hear you better if you're at a microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to provide a little bit more background, especially as to what Ms. Gazelle was saying, the impetus, I think, really for the 10 p.m. reporting rule was certain counties following the November 2020 election weren't able to say how many total absentee ballots have you received? How many do you have left? And I understand why that was difficult in 2020 given the volume, but I agree that that needs to be an answer that is readily available very soon after the 7 p.m. receipt deadline. What we have found in working with counties is that's not really a problem. The problem that we're seeing working with counties is reporting the actual number of election day votes, which in thinking about this law, I'll admit I didn't really think about, because that data is available at each polling place. When the polling place is closed, there's a tape that's printed out that has not just the total number of votes, but actually how those votes were allocated among the candidates. It has been more difficult than I imagined to actually get that data than report it. And I think the reason is counties understandably want to do some quality control checks on that data prior to reporting it. It was a suggestion we brought up with the General Assembly last year. Hey, maybe let's just focus on the absentee and the early voting, because that's very doable by 10 p.m. And that was really what caused the question. Whereas by focusing on I call it the denominator rule, by focusing on the denominator for election day voting, we really are taking away from actually just uploading the votes, which if you upload the votes, you have not only the denominator, but also how the votes were actually cast, which is ultimately what people want. So I think if the board, does see fit, Mr. Mashburn, to make recommendations to the General Assembly, something along those lines may be appropriate. On this specific case, originally, and I will, just for the board's knowledge, there were members of the General Assembly asking about compliance with this rule following the May primary and the June runoff. So the list of people who weren't able to get anything in by 10 p.m. for the May primary was quite large, almost a third, if not more, of the counties. So in working with Judge Duffy, what I thought we had determined was to put on this list of counties to receive a letter, only counties that either didn't report at all, so not just late, but didn't report at all, or counties that were late both in May and June. The June runoff, of course, is a smaller election, so the list of counties that is currently on here, I think it's around 10, reflects that update.
Yep. That was what I thought we had decided.
A question, Mr. Chairman. How many didn't report at all?
I don't have that in front of me. It was not very many, and I know one of them actually had a power outage. So I think that sort of explained why that didn't come in at all.
Well, I think what I hear you suggesting is, first of all, it shouldn't be the same letter for everybody.
No. I mean, quite frankly, Mr. Chairman, I'm more concerned, accepting the power outage issue, I'm more concerned with counties that didn't report at all than I am at the counties that reported late. And like I said, I think the late issue is something, getting back to what was raised a while ago, maybe we need to ask the legislature to take another look at the timing requirements. But for counties that simply didn't report at all, I'm more concerned with them. We can't do.
So I do think there's two issues, maybe it requires two motions. One would be, if somebody wanted to move, that we make a recommendation to the General Assembly with respect to what has to be reported by 10 o'clock, and consider whether or not 10 o'clock deadline is a realistic deadline. We'll have to do some research on that. And if we limit it to that, that might be a realistic deadline. So that would be the first motion. The second would be a motion in which we say that anybody who failed to report at all ought to get a letter that, you've got to report at some point, even if you're late, which is what we let other people do. And maybe a totally different letter by saying that you need to use your experience based upon filing the reports. And so if you are repeatedly late, you need to explain what the problem is so that we can determine whether or not there's a reasonable explanation for that, including power outages for those people that didn't report at all. And then write back to them and thank them for the information, and that we're satisfied that you're doing what you're supposed to do, but there were extenuating circumstances. So I would say that it's letters only to people, one letter to the people who didn't report at all, and a separate letter different from the first to those people, those counties that were late for 2 consecutive elections. And then the motion to investigate recommendations we might make to the General Assembly about what is reported by 10 and whether 10 o'clock is a reasonable deadline.
I think you nailed it.
What's that?
You nailed it.
Yeah.
So moved.
Nothing but that.
Well, let's begin first with the recommendation to the General Assembly. Is there a motion for that?
So moved.
Second? Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. That passes. And the second would be 2 separate letters to those people that did not report at all and those people that were reported late for 2 consecutive elections. Is there a motion for those letters to be sent?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion on that motion? Being none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. That passes. Now, so Ms. Gazelle's done. Mr. Lindsay, are there any that you want to discuss individually?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Johnston?
No, Mr. Chair.
Then is there a motion to approve? All right, and I'm sorry, I should have asked you that.
Yes.
Your name and what case is yours?
Yes, my name is Mark Reed, and my case is 2022-020, Hampshire County, tab 49.
And tell me again, tab 49, thank you. All right, we're ready for your comments.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I would respectfully request that this be moved to the consent list based on the investigation which I complied with freely, fully, and honestly. The recommendations of the investigator states that there's no evidence to suggest that I made any verbal attempts to solicit votes, and that this be moved to consent, and in this case be dismissed. I know it's just a letter that y'all are talking about sending, but my mom always told me that you won't keep stuff off the permanent record.
And she was right.
I've been an elected official at the municipal level for many years, mayor of Baldwin for 13 years, and most recently run for the city of Cornelia. I participated in a lot of elections, and I know what the rules are, so I did not violate them. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
If I can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
They did say that you talked to 2 people within the 150 foot?
It was, when the investigator came, we looked, and it was, we couldn't really determine it was possible. But I was there when he rolled the wheel from where I was parked. And was no photographic evidence. In fact, the only way he knew about me speaking to Mr. Miller was that I told him myself.
Sure. Thank you, that's all. I was just curious.
Now, if I can ask a question, Mr. Reed? Can I ask a question, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, you may.
If I can ask you a question, Mr. Reed. There was one part that I remember reading where somebody was making a joke about should they vote for you or not, and you were like, well, maybe I can help you out with that. Do you remember that? Does that ring a bell?
No, sir.
Okay. I might have it confused with another case, but that wasn't your case? Okay. And so your point that you're making to the board is all this is a question over 147 feet versus 150 feet and not stuff that was going on 25 feet?
Yes, sir, that is absolutely correct. I went into, I was like number 4 voter in a municipal election, special election, not large turnout. I went in and voted, I came out, went back to my car, observed people leaving, bought my list, drove around town looking for votes. Saw somebody at the community house, go in the park, see who they were, mark them off my list. That was pretty much what happened.
All right, and so your testimony before the board is you were always pretty careful that you were 150 feet?
Yes, sir.
I'm not quibbling over 3
Yes, sir.
feet.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
All right, the thing I'm worried about is I got a candidate inside the buffer, well inside the buffer. And you're saying that's not true?
No, sir.
And you know, and you've been a candidate for a long time and you know the rules?
Yes, sir.
And you know the best response when somebody wants to talk to you within 150 feet is say, we got to move within, outside the 150 feet, right?
Yes, sir.
You know, Mr. Chairman, we oftentimes place on the consent calendar questions where there may be a technical violation, but the individuals have come forward and have worked to make sure that they understand the rules and that such a thing won't happen again. Those usually end up on the consent calendar. And so I would move to put this on the consent calendar, to put that and dismiss it. Well, I guess consent calendar would be, I would move to go ahead and just dismiss this one.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
And my second is contingent exactly on whether this is a 147-foot problem or whether we're equivalent over 3 feet. You promise me you're not inside that circle? Okay.
Good.
Motion in a second. Discussion?
Well, I'm thinking.
And if I may, Mr. Chairman, as part of the discussion, let me say that, because I raised concerns about the breakfast that was done. I'll be the one to make the motion to dismiss when it comes back and it turns out that that person was well outside of the polling place. But, I wanted more investigation to be done because I don't know whether or not they were serving breakfast in the polling place or there was somebody down the street. Now, by contrast here, we know we got hard evidence as to what exactly took place. So that's why I'm prepared to dismiss. And, when this other issue comes back up and we have more evidence, I may very well be the one to dismiss that one. Right. But I'm not there yet.
Right.
And Mr. Reed, you said you're real careful about this and you're going to be even more careful in the future?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Here's what my mother used to tell me. I didn't come over on the turnip truck yesterday. So I read through all this. I actually think that maybe I can help you with that is in this. I just couldn't find it. We have a house that spent a lot of time in Habersham County, so I know the county well. And I've been a public official for a long, long time. I would never get close to the 150-foot mark, because I always want to say, in my conduct as a public official or somebody running for election, that I have gone beyond what the law requires. And I know Habersham's small, and I know parking places are tight, and I know where this election took place. But there's a lot of driving around and activity where you're actively involved in trying to look for votes. And the perception of the public is, I think, that he's pushing just as hard as he can, but trying to technically comply. So while I'm going to support this motion, my suggestion to you, which is what this letter was going to say. I was going to say there was a violation. I would have said, if you want to be in this business and want to represent people, we expect more of you. And I suggest that the next time you run, as you say, that I'm not even going to have anybody suggest that I was close or that I was engaged in too active campaigning and making it look like I really, really wanted to win, which I think colors people's view about if you want to win that much and are that active looking for votes, would you skirt a rule? You always want to say, I never skirted a rule.
Mr. Chairman, this whole time this has been going on, I knew that I had done anything wrong. And I don't think who reported this did anything wrong either.
Right.
I think because it's important that if we see something that we don't understand, that we report it and we get to the bottom of it.
Right.
So I have no animosity, no access to crime, nothing of that. I trust the process and I trust in you, and I appreciate the motion.
Right. Well, I'm glad you spoke up, and hope to see you in Habersham. All right, any more discussion?
Other than the fact I started practicing law in Ncoa, spent a lot of my time in Habersham Courthouse.
So you're getting North Georgia goodwill here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Chairman, I fully support your words of advice, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to, if I may, inquire about the case that I was invited to attend here.
We need to put
2021-C.
Wait a second. We haven't voted on the motion that's pending? There's no further discussion of the motion. All those in favor of dismissing this matter, which is 220-020, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. It is passed, and it's dismissed. Now, your name and your matter.
James Burns. Case 2021-080.
What?
Hold on for 1 second while we find it.
$48.
48, you said?
48.
This is Carroll County? Thank you. Is everybody ready? Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
Well, I mean, I assume that you've read the contents of the complaint that I made, and I suppose my question, procedurally, evidentiary standards that are involved in the letter case, because if I understood you correctly, this was something that you're going to send a letter to someone to respond to. I just wonder what's
No. Yeah. The purpose of the letter is to say that the violation isn't serious enough for us to go to a hearing and offer a sanction, but it is to address the problem, how the law applies, and to put them on notice that it's just not serious enough for us to take more severe action. It's just not serious enough. It doesn't reach the level of us taking more severe action. And this
I'm
is,
sure I'm satisfied with that to some degree. The only reason is I heard a great deal of discussion from the board about updating voter rolls, et cetera, and how big an issue this is. If I move my residence and continue to vote in a precinct under an address at on an affidavit over and over, I'm not sure how we can blame a county board bringing up those responsible for updating the voter rolls, the election, for my misconduct. That's incumbent upon me to fix. I would think. I'm the only one who knows that I'm violating the statutes of the state of Oregon.
right.
We spend a lot of time talking about that.
Yeah, this is an odd case, if I remember this correctly.
I'm worried that this is common.
Well, this is so if we're,
Isn't this the one where the people were building a house?
yeah, so
Live
somebody
somewhere
lives in a county. They're building a house in another county, but they're not living in the other county. But they've sold their previous house, but that's the last place that they were registered to vote. And they're in temporary quarters until their new house. So it's like they're in a registration never land. You know, they don't live in their old house and they don't live in their new house because it's not done. They're living in a place where they don't intend to reside except for a temporary period of time before they move to their new house.
Sir, I would agree with that. If they...
You agree or don't agree with
I would agree
Right.
if you, public record, bill of sale, October 6, 2019, still voting as an old residence, December 15, 2020. I'm not sure that's temporary. We would call that a permanent change of station or organization in that form of service.
Well, in my organization, I formerly served, I'm not sure that we would call that a permanent change of station. That would be like somebody who's on TDY.
For 100, that's 300, that's over 365 days.
Yeah.
I think there are another couple of distinctions here that are related specifically to voter registration. And one of them is the fact that if a voter moves within the same county, they do have an obligation to update their registration. However, the votes cast, if they have not updated their registration, are still very specifically under Georgia statute. Those are eligible votes. They are lawful votes, and they will count in the former precinct, even if the voter has not updated. So in this case, in this fact pattern, even though the voter was in temporary accommodations, that was still within the same county. So every vote that they cast was still considered a lawful vote, even though they did not fulfill their duty to update their in-county move. I see this very similar to a UACAVA vote, in which the UACAVA is the federal law that covers military and overseas voters. When I lived overseas, and I had sold my house in Georgia, but I was still eligible to vote at the address that I no longer owned, because that's the way the federal law views a temporary move overseas. Now, this is obviously not an overseas move, but Georgia law does address specifically in-county moves. So there is a technical violation that the voter technically did not update that address, but the statute very clearly states that those votes are still valid votes. So I agree, it is absolutely critical that voters understand it is incumbent on them to update their registration when they move. It's most important because we want people voting for their representatives, the people who represent them. People in temporary housing, and we're seeing this more and more, it's a very complicated issue. Because residence for purposes of voter registration is a subjective test to a certain extent. Do you anticipate remaining in that location? Do you have a present intent to leave or to remain? And when you're building a house, especially in the middle of the pandemic, timelines always slip. I should have moved myself 2 weeks ago, but I couldn't because we're not ready yet. So I haven't updated my address because I'm not staying there. I'm not sleeping in my new place. So I understand a certain amount of frustration, but I believe that under the law, this is exactly where we need to be.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, you mentioned that you don't want to see this sort of thing happening over and over again by someone. And that's what the letter is for, to make sure it doesn't happen over and over, to make sure that they understand what the law is and that they don't do it again. That's sort of what I would call sort of the first step. Going, okay, based on the evidence, it appears that it was inadvertent on your part, you don't understand the law fully. But now you're on notice. That's what we're doing here, is putting them on notice so that the next time they don't have that excuse the second time. And while it has been more than a year, I'll tell you this, when I was building a house, it took me more than a year to get the damn thing built too.
And Mr. Burns, I want to say this, and I've said this before, you filing this is helpful to us in this respect, two ways. One is for somebody who's not poured over these laws, to hear Ms. Gazelle explain to me that technical distinctions, I'll always remember that. So that helps for us to have a discussion about why are we doing what we're doing. The other important thing is that while we're not bound by precedent, we do want to be consistent. And when there's, in the tone, the reason why I want to be able to have more say in the letters is I think the tone of a letter is important. And here the tone would be, we want you to know that what you did is a violation. We hope that you don't do it again, but now that you know, and hopefully other people will know that we try to consistently apply the law and draw distinctions between something which is provable and something that's not provable. And I think we, based upon the discussion that Ms. Gazelle has given, shows that this is provable. It's not really significant, but it doesn't mean that we shouldn't at least take some action in a softly worded letter saying that, we understand that there might have been some confusion, but you were, and you should be on notice next time not to do this. But we deeply appreciate you taking the time to file this.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And appreciate you being here. Anybody else want to speak to their complaint?
If you have a case and it's going to be called, you don't speak until you call the case, is that correct?
No, if we...
People are just standing, and I didn't know if we were allowed to stand and ask about our case, or do you have to wait for you to call our case?
Right. No, if you're... What we do is we hear first, we take them as a group, except any board member that wants to take something individually, we do that, we have done that. And then if we haven't mentioned anything about your case and you're in the group of cases that we call the letter cases, now is your chance, if you want to say something about your case, you should do that if you're in the letter case group.
We do have a case that we would like to speak to, or at least you address for us. It's 20034 Montgomery County.
And do you know what category that's in?
No, sir, I don't. That's why I was asking the question.
Sure.
Okay, that's a violation case. We're not to that category yet.
Okay. That's fine. I just need to know that someone's standing and doing it.
That's fine. It's a fair question. We're just not to you yet.
Okay, that's fine.
And we're going to talk about the
Right.
And when we get to the violation cases, we're going to discuss each of them individually, so we will get to yours. You're welcome. All right, so now is there a motion with respect to the letter cases to deal, to move that the letters be sent?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would move that the letter cases be approved on the recommendation of the inspectors other than case 45, which has been amended from no violation to a letter case, so that it's properly now in the letter case category. And I think that was the only one.
Well, there was also the dismissal,
And there was a dismissal.
and there was one continuance.
All right, help me out with those.
I'm sorry.
They were,
Mr. Chairman, we moved to continue Thomas County matter, which was in tab 45.
And we moved to dismiss tab 49, right?
Yes.
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 So excluding the continued case 2021-31 and the dismissed case 2022-20, you move to approve the
Letters.
recommendation
Letters
for the
cases.
remaining letter cases.
You nailed it.
Second.
Any discussion on the motion? There not being any, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion carries, and the letter cases recommendations are approved.
Mr. Chair, I don't want to impose on your honors, your chair prerogatives, but I would be appreciative of a 10-minute break before we start the violation cases, if that would be acceptable.
Do you have a good faith reason for the break?
Yes, I do. That big Diet Coke I drank on my way in says it's time to have a break.
We'll take a break until quarter to noon.
Thank you.
Thank you. I thought you saw me dancing over here. I was like, oh no.
Okay, live mics, everybody. Live mics, live mics. We might be able to turn on individual ones at the table.
Number 5, use that microphone right here. Or if you want to, do they have the numbers?
Let's go test it.
Like inside of the thing?
Yeah, 5.
Yeah. And then you would press it.
How are you? I'm going to bring a blanket next time.
You could ask
Maybe go over there.
I think we're going to do...
Test.
if they press the button, I think we have to press the button. If they press it, they like yeah. So we can just do microphone 48.
Article is fine. We had to do something to make sure that it's sensitive.
Well, that's good.
Live mics, everybody. Live mics.
Oh, look at here. Look at there. Thank you for doing that.
Would everybody please take their seats?
Thank you.
Everybody please take their seats. We are now to that part of the agenda in which we discuss violation cases. Violation cases are cases in which the investigator found facts to support a violation, in which the board must now decide what action to take on the violations found. Each of these will be reported on and considered individually. There is one person who wants to respond to their case who has to get back to Troup County for a medical appointment. I'm moving that case up to the first case that we will consider so that she has enough time to get to her appointment. And then we will take them up in the order in which they are listed, except for those that have been continued, and that should be indicated on your updated agenda. So we're going to begin with case number 2020-073, Troup County. And you, come on, yes. So why don't you stay there? I'm going to have the investigator report on the case, so you can just sit there and listen to the case as it's reported on by the investigator, and then we'll let you respond. Okay. Scott, please.
Okay. Paulette Hall reported that Troup County Board of Election failed to properly follow Georgia election code when they allowed a voter to vote after she had already failed to place her original ballot in the scanner before exiting the polling precinct.
Okay.
That was allegation.
Slow down a little bit and speak up.
Allegation 2. Paulette Hall reported that Troup County Board of Election and Registration member Lonnie Hollis took pictures in the courthouse during advance voting. Those were the 2 allegations. For allegation 1, the investigators spoke with Troup County Election Supervisor Andy Harper, who confirmed that the voter, Mary Rimmer, was able to bypass the scanner and exit the room encompassing the voting area. Mr. Harper said both he and the poll manager informed the voter the ballot was spoiled. Ms. Harper spoiled the ballot in accordance with SEB Rule 183-1-12.11, subsection 9. However, the voter complained to the board and they voted to allow the voter to vote again. Investigator Blanchard interviewed all former Troup County Board of Election and Registration members. All the members confirmed that the complaint involving voter Mary Rimmer was brought before the board. The board consulted with an attorney before rendering their decision. The attorney's opinion was the more equitably defensible option would be to allow the voter to vote as opposed to strictly adhering to the regulation in this specific case. However, the final decision was ultimately up to the board. In the minutes from a board meeting held on May 28, 2020, former board members Lonnie Hollis, Albert Prado, and Dietrich Higgins and Johnny all voted yes to allow voter Mary Rimmer to vote again. Former board member Paulette Hall abstained from voting, and the former chairman, William Totem, did not vote because there was not a tie. Mary Rimmer's ENET inquiry showed where she was given credit for voting during the June 9, 2020 general primary election. Allegation 2. The investigator Blanchard spoke with several Troup County election staff members, the first being election supervisor Andrew Harper. Although Mr. Harper was not physically present when Lonnie Hollis took the pictures, he was on the phone with poll manager Denise Cotton and overheard Ms. Hollis say, "I can do what I want to because I'm a board member." Investigator Blanchard spoke with Troup County poll manager Denise Cotton, who said that the incident involving Lonnie Hollis was brought to her attention by poll worker Davita Dean. Mrs. Cotton called her supervisor, Andrew Harper, and had him on the line when she approached and spoke with Ms. Hollis. Mrs. Cotton asked Ms. Hollis if she was taking pictures, and she responded by saying, "Yes, ma'am, I am a board member." Troup County poll worker Davita Dean confirmed she witnessed Lonnie Hollis take pictures in the polling location and brought it to the attention of the poll manager, Denise Cotton. Investigator Blanchard spoke with Troup County Elections Assistant Vanessa Griggs, who met with Ms. Hollis and advised her she was not supposed to be taking pictures in the voting area and told her twice they needed to be deleted. Ms. Hollis told Ms. Griggs she would delete the pictures. Ms. Griggs said later during a Zoom conference, Ms. Hollis denied taking the photos. Ms. Griggs felt it odd since Ms. Hollis had told her earlier that she was going to delete the photos but never denied taking them. The investigator spoke with former Troup County Board of Election member Lonnie Hollis, who denied taking the pictures. Ms. Hollis said she never discussed or spoke with anyone while inside the polling location and claimed since her phone was in her hand, they assumed she was taking pictures. Ms. Hollis claimed 2 poll workers falsely said they talked with her, but neither she nor the board were ever provided with a copy of the poll workers' written complaints. Ms. Hollis confirmed she spoke with Vanessa Griggs and told her, "If I do have any, I will delete them, but I said I don't have any." Ms. Hollis claimed according to the Georgia Code she could take pictures as a poll official. Ms. Hollis was referring to Georgia Code 21-2-413, subsection E, where the last sentence states, "The subsection shall not prohibit the use of photographic or other electronic monitoring or recording devices, cameras, or cellular telephones by poll officials for official purposes." Ms. Hollis considered herself to be a poll official at the time of the allegation. And then for the potential violations.
Yes.
There's evidence to suggest that Lonnie Hollis, Albert Prado, Dietrich Higgins, and Johnny Freeman violated SEB Rule 183-1-12.11, subsection 9, when they voted to allow voter Mary Rimmer to vote again after she bypassed the scanner and exited the room encompassing the voting area with her paper ballot in hand. There is evidence to suggest that Andrew Harper and Denise Cotton violated SEB Rule 183-1-12.11, subsection 7, when the voter Mary Rimmer was allowed to bypass the scanner and exited the room encompassing the voting area with her paper ballot in hand. That was a 1 count. There is evidence to suggest that Lonnie Hollis violated OCGA 21-2413, subsection E, conduct of voters, campaigners, and others at polling places generally, when she took pictures on her cell phone while inside the polling location during the advanced voting period of June 9th, 2020, general primary election. The incident was witnessed by a poll officer who was present inside the polling location.
All right, and would you like to respond to the allegation? And remind me of your name, please.
Yes.
Come forward. And if you take this microphone that's next to that little tripod. See if that's live. Okay, it is.
Okay, at the particular time this allegation was done.
And your name, let's have your name first.
My name is Lonnie Hollis, and I'm from Troup County. I'm a former board member of the Troup County Board of Elections. On the allegation of the person bypassing the scanner, I had stressed several times about proper training of personnel, and we even had a meeting where we mentioned about poll workers being trained. We were told by the election supervisor that if the people wanted training, they could come in, but they were already trained. But I had always expressed the fact that you need hands-on training. Do training that like you would be at a regular poll. But on the person that bypassed the scanner, what happened was, you say, if that's the entrance there, and this is the exit. She was allowed.
So you're pointing to an area that's where the window is against the wall?
No, like coming in, here. Okay, say you come in this door.
Yes.
And you go out this door.
Yes.
So what happened, she wrote me a letter. She walked out this door, and when she got to that door, she's still in the precinct. They took her ballot and voided it. And she asked if she could vote again, since she had walked out with it. But she should not have ever been able to walk out of that door with that ballot in her hand. If they saw it in her hand when she got to this door, why didn't they see it when she walked out the exit door? So she got in touch with me. I contacted other board members, and we met. When we met, one of the board members suggested that we consult with the attorney. We sent the information to the attorney, and he wrote back that in his opinion, she should be allowed to vote again, but he's going to leave it up to the discretion of the board. So 4 board members voted to allow her to vote again. And I'm thinking, I don't know if the Paulette Hall knew I didn't know who she was, but she probably thought she was a Democrat. But she wasn't. She was a Republican. In my opinion, every person has a right to vote on whoever is going to represent them. That's why we allow her to vote. I did go by the precinct to check out reasons why that she may have been able to walk out. And the only reason I could figure out, I looked at the signage. If there was signs posted that tells her that she needs to put her ballot in the scanner, or someone should have been right there at that door. And the lady was at the door. I did talk to her. I didn't talk to anyone else in the precinct. I did not talk to Denise Cotton, whoever that's the person name was. I don't know. But I don't need to tell them who I am. I've been on the board since 13. So I didn't need to tell them who I was, that I was on the board, I could do this. I knew what the code violations were. As a board member, I went in there to investigate, but me being a black person on the board, we had also been told by the chair of the election board, who was picked by the commissioners, that we cannot go into a poll to, if we saw a violation, we had to contact him before we made a decision on what to do about it. And in fact, that was the first election that the new machines were used. And some of the people was thinking that the ballot that they pulled out of the machine was their receipt of who they voted for. They didn't know. So they should have been told that at the precinct, or when they checked in, you have a ballot that's going to be printed out. It should be placed in the machine before you leave. That was not told to them. The other thing, I'm just trying to thought. But, you know, it's just a practice that we should be able to, as a board members, and the violation that they said, violation 2021-2-413, the commissioners read the first part of that code, which applies to an elector. That means a person that's in there to vote. But there is a subsection to that code that says that a poll official, and I consider myself as a poll official, could go in. I did not take any picture. I did have the phone in my hand when I was walking around, and I looked at the signage in there, but no one saw me take any pictures. And as far as the complaint that was signed by 2 people in that poll, I never talked to either one of those. And I never got a copy of the signed complaint. I asked for it, but 3 times I asked the supervisor for a copy. He said, I sent it to everybody. But nobody else on the board says they got it. So I still don't have a complaint. And if I did, I would have it, because I have loads of material that I compile at home, keep as my records. And I have the minutes to the meeting that we had. So I think this is something that's maybe racial, or something that against me as being a board member, because I worked on the election board even before I went to LaGrange. For years I worked on the Fulton County Election Board. I was even a poll evaluator. I would go around and check the polls and make sure all the signage and everything was correct. And that's where I am. You know, I'm just like to the point and know that everything is going to be in the right place.
Just to ask a couple follow-up questions. We were talking about the 2 doors into the polling areas. Is that what you're talking about, 2 doors that
yes.
You can enter the polling?
You have an entrance door and an exit door.
All right.
So
this woman that did not put her ballot in the scanner.
No, and someone was supposed to have been on the door when she walked out. And she had it in her hand. If they saw it in her hand when she got to the entrance door, why didn't someone see it in her hand when she walked out the exit door?
So she actually walked out of the polling area with her ballot
in her hand.
Okay. Was there anybody at the scanner telling people to scan their ballots?
No. Okay. No. And that happened at another precinct. I also visited on voting days. I would go to different precincts and see how things are working. There was a man that was I was standing at the door with the manager of the precinct, and this man was walking out, and we saw him folding up his ballot, putting it in his pocket. And so when he got to us, she said, sir, I need that ballot out of your pocket. You have to put it in the scanner. So he took it out, and she carried him back to the scanner so he could put his ballot in.
So the board members ultimately, after talking to their lawyer, agreed that even though she had left the polling place, that she ought to be permitted to cast her vote?
Yes.
And what was the rationale behind that?
What was his rationale behind?
No, what was your reasoning about why she should be allowed, having left the polling area?
My reason was that there was a lack of training and a lack of observation of the people coming in to vote. You know, if I'm standing at the door and she's coming out and she has it in her hand, I should question her. I ask her, I said, you know, you're supposed to go back and put your ballot into the scanner. But see, a lot of people didn't realize that they were supposed to put that ballot in the scanner because they thought that maybe that was their copy, since this was the first election that scanner was being used.
So were there a lot of people that left the polling place without scanning their ballots?
Not really, because that was on the early voting. That was during early voting.
Well, during early voting, were there a lot of people that left the polling area without scanning their ballots?
I don't think so. You know, because I think on that particular day, voting was slow. So I don't know if, well, at some of the polls, at the regular voting, the people were catching the people doing that. They were observing.
Now, you said you had your phone with you in the polling place. And it was in your hand, and that you were looking at, I guess, at notices.
Right, I had gotten a call, and I just had my phone walking through there, looking at the signage, and if there was a sign that's saying these people, telling them that they need to put their printouts into the scanner.
And did you take a picture of that so that you had a...
I did not.
Did you take any pictures at all?
I didn't take any pictures.
Okay. Any other board members have questions?
I have one quick question, and that's really follow-up in the runoff, the primary runoff in August and in the November election. Did it continue to be a problem with voters not understanding, or was there a training correction for your poll workers?
I think he did go back and do some training.
Okay, thank you.
Let me, Madam Ashburn, let me see if I can sum this up for my own purposes. So you're saying that Denise Cotton, the poll manager, messed up in letting this person leave with their ballot without scanning it, right?
Well, I don't know whether there's a person that's always on the door, that was on the door. She was a poll manager. But she messed up because she, you know, I told her, you know, I would want to see her name on that sign-off sheet, and I would see her in court, because I never talked to her. And I wouldn't tell her that I'm, you know, I don't brag about what I do. I would not tell her that I'm a board member, I can do this. I didn't need to tell her I was a board member. She knew already. I don't need to repeat that.
Any other questions from anybody? Guess not. Thank you, Ms. Hollis.
You're welcome.
So we have a recommendation from our investigator. Is there a motion with respect to this violation case? Seems like we have to have a motion of some kind.
Yes, yes. Well, the only evidence that we have in front of us is the testimony of Lonnie Hollis that Denise Cotton allowed a voter to leave with a ballot. So I think that's a clearly established violation.
Well, I think Ms. Hollis has acknowledged that.
Now, the question is, under we're not bound by precedent, we make decisions each time. The question is, to what extent does the board get the responsibility for that, or is it limited just to the poll manager?
The way I read the recommendation here is that the board's violation was in ignoring the SEB rule and allowing the voter to cast a ballot. They did so under advice of their attorney. So I think that is a factor that needs to be considered. But I also think it's important that boards understand and poll workers understand that that is a rule. You leave the polling place with your ballot, and that ballot is spoiled, it will not count, and you don't get a second bite at that apple as a voter.
Other than Ms. Hollis, is there anybody here from the board or attorney for the board?
Can I say something else on that SEB rule? That SEB rule,
You need to use the microphone because we can't hear you.
Now, we were unaware of that SEB rule, but the attorney, should have stated that in his letter, but he did not. And I'm thinking that because this was a new voting procedure that had not ever happened before, and that was another reason why we thought that she should be able to vote, because she walked out of the precinct with a ballot, which is something that when the voting machines was used before, you didn't get the printout. And a lot of people were thinking that the printout that they got would be their record of who they voted for. A lot of people didn't understand that. So by her walking out with that in her hands, just like I said, and there was another person at another precinct that folded the ballot up and put it in his pocket because he thought that was his receipt.
Ms. Hollis, a lot of times when we have lawyers that represent the county, they'll come to us, and one of the questions we'll pose to them is, do you think a letter of instruction would be an appropriate resolution of this matter? And they'll tell us whether they think yes or no. You don't have an attorney, but I'm going to pose you the same question. The board did something that they shouldn't have done. Are you willing to accept a letter of instruction and say, well, we shouldn't have done it, but now we know better?
No, I still don't know better, because I don't understand why this would, what could happen with the ballot by the time she walked out one door and she was still right there at the precinct. So if the person standing at that door saw her, why couldn't he have just taken that, instructed her to go back and put her ballot in? I mean, why couldn't he have done that? Because she was not outside of the building. If she had been outside of the building, I would quite understand. But she was not. She was right in the same room.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, I'm satisfied that there's a proof of a violation, and that they allowed a voter to vote a second time who shouldn't have. And so I would move that be referred over to the AG's office. And there is evidence to suggest that Andrew Harper and Denise Cotton allowed the voter to bypass the scanner. And so I would move that be referred over. But I haven't heard any evidence that she took any pictures at the polling site, so I move that be dismissed. So that's my motion.
I second that motion.
Any discussion? So the motion is that we refer to the Attorney General's office, allegation number 1, and the violation by the board members of SEB Rule 183-112.19, and the violation of avoiding the scanner against Mr. Harper and Ms. Cotton, which is a violation of SEB Rule 183-112.11.7, and that we dismiss allegation number 3 about the picture taking.
Correct.
Correct.
I'd like to amend this by saying that it be referred to the Attorney General's office. That it be referred to the Attorney General's office with instructions that a prompt hearing be scheduled.
Consider that a friendly amendment, and if my seconder agrees, we are duly amended.
Okay. Agree. Any discussion about referring this for a hearing? All those in favor of the motion of referring these 2 allegations to the Attorney General's office for a prompt hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion passes. Thank you. You may
And
go.
just for her benefit, just make sure we dismiss the third allegation regarding the picture taking.
Yes. But when you go back and talk to your board members, you might tell them that, or normally, or in the past, sometimes we've referred something to the Attorney General's office for further consideration and a recommendation to us. We've decided that this should go immediately to a hearing so that everybody can present their evidence and we can decide what action to take, if any. But you need to get to your appointment, don't you? Yes. Okay. You're welcome. Okay, we're going to take up one more violation, and then we're going to break for lunch. And that will be case number 2020-30, Gwinnett County, which is at tab 56. Is there anybody here from Gwinnett County?
Good morning, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, for Melanie Wilson on behalf of the County Board of Registration.
Thank you. All right, Scott?
The Secretary of State's office opened this investigation after Gwinnett County Board of Registration and Elections self-reported that during the June 9th, 2020 general primary election, it failed to deliver voting machines to a polling precincts at least 1 hour before the time set for opening of the polls, potential violations of Georgia law and board rules. Georgia Secretary of State also received an additional 28 complaints from various Gwinnett County voters related to the June 9th, 2020 general primary election. These additional complaints from Gwinnett County voters alleged polling sites did not open on time, polling locations had an inadequate supply of voting machines were not up and running at the time the polls opened, voters were denied the opportunity to cast paper ballots when the polls encountered technical issues with the BMD units, unannounced polling place changes, provisional and absentee ballot issues, voting by an unqualified elector, and polling locations failed to comply with COVID-19 social distancing guidelines, so there were potential violations. The investigation confirmed through self-admission by the then election supervisor that the Gwinnett County Board of Registration and Elections failed to deliver voting machines to 27 polling precincts in a timely fashion, which violated general election code laws as well as Georgia State Election Board rules. The contradictory statements were made by election office employees as to whose fault it was that led to the delay in delivery of voting equipment. However, the ultimate responsibility rests upon the superintendent/election supervisor. The investigation confirmed that 2 polling locations did not open on time and as a result was ordered by the Superior Court of Gwinnett County to remain open beyond 7 p.m. on Election Day. The investigation also identified 2 incidents where Gwinnett County Board of Registration and Elections delivered the incorrect voting equipment to the wrong precincts on Election Day, causing an undue delay in the voting process for 2 voting precincts as equipment had to be swapped and transported to its appropriate location. The investigation also identified 4 occurrences where Gwinnett County voters each casted a vote for the June 2020 general primary election via emergency paper ballot. However, the Gwinnett County Board of Elections and Registration failed to properly process emergency paper ballots, resulting in an undue delay with these voters receiving the proper credit for voting. The investigation was unable to substantiate the allegation that polling locations in Gwinnett County failed to use emergency paper ballots when the use of voting equipment became impracticable due to delay in delivery of voting equipment. All other allegations lacked merit. They were unsubstantiated or did not result in the violation of the Georgia State Election Board rules or Georgia Election Code. The potential violations were: there's evidence to suggest that Gwinnett County Board of Elections and Registration and Christy Royston violated 27 counts of Georgia Election Code 21-2-328 and State Election Board Rules 183-1-12.09 subsection 2 when it failed to deliver the proper voting machines to the polling places of the respective precincts at least 1 hour before the time set for opening of the polls. There is evidence to suggest that Gwinnett County Board of Elections and Registration and Christy Royston violated 2 counts of Georgia Election Code 21-2-403 when 2 polling precincts failed to open at 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on Election Day. There's evidence to suggest that Gwinnett County Board of Elections and Registration and Christy Royston violated State Election Board Rules 183-1-12.09 subsection 2, 183-1-12.11 subsection C, when 2 voting precincts did not receive the correct voting equipment delivered. On Election Day, the scanner intended for the Hebron Baptist Church was incorrectly delivered to Ebenezer Baptist Church, and the scanner for Mason Elementary School was incorrectly delivered to St. Stephen the Martyr Catholic Church. The equipment had to be swapped back, creating an undue delay in the voting process. There is evidence to suggest that Gwinnett County Board of Elections and Registration and Christy Royston violated 2 counts of Georgia Election Code 21-2-436 and 21-2-437 when it failed to properly process and account for the ballots of 4 electors who voted via emergency paper ballot.
Ms. Wilson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a big voice, I think, but do you want me to use the microphone?
Mainly because since you're facing us, they won't hear you behind.
Okay.
So if you take,
The microphone is here. Thank you.
but you do have a big voice.
I have a big voice, yes. A little person with a big voice. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to address this board regarding the issues, the allegations made against Gwinnett County. I'm going to take them in sequence, and I'm first going to address the allegations pertaining to late delivery of equipment. We understand that the law requires us to deliver equipment at least an hour before the polls. We self-reported when we failed to meet both the law and our own standard. One of the things that Gwinnett County takes great pride in is what we call the Gwinnett Standard of Excellence, and we know that the deployment of the equipment an hour late, at least an hour late, was a failure in that regard. But I have an explanation that I'm offering to the board, and in so doing, I'm going to be urging this board on this count and the other counts to issue a letter of instruction. With regard to the late delivery of equipment, the point I want to make a couple of points on that. First of all, this was the very first time that we were using the, I'll call it the BMD voting system as compared to the old DRE. We always have a plan for delivery, timely. Without identifying the employee assigned with the responsibility of making sure that the schedule would work and making sure that the equipment was ready to be delivered when the trucks came to pick them up, to deliver them to 156 precincts. So that's kind of a highlight fact. We deliver machines for voting to 156 precincts around the county. The employee that was tasked with that responsibility and should have been ensuring that the equipment was ready in sequence for delivery, not using the numerical machines and figuring out I'll work on equipment for number 1 precinct and then number 2 precinct. They were doing it out of sequence. So ultimately, on Sunday night when that was determined, the individual was promptly fired on Monday morning. So the point I want to make that our equipment was being prepared but not in keeping with the delivery sequence. Employees then took approximately 30 hours with their best effort to get the equipment ready to be picked up by the vehicles. The second issue that we encountered was that the number of component parts and the size of the component parts that used to be delivered with the DRE are larger in size and in quantity, and how much space they take up on the truck. So if a truck used to be able to accept equipment for 5 precincts, and that's just a random number, I don't think that's actually the real number, trucks could now only take equipment for fewer precincts. So between the work that was needed to be done to get the vehicle, to get the equipment ready for delivery, and then the logistical challenge of the equipment being loaded on trucks and taking up more space, those two things together combined to result in late deliveries. But we did self-report. The point I also think it's important to have this board understand is that emergency paper ballots were available and in use so that no voter had their vote delayed or were unable to vote as a consequence of late delivery. I want to spend a few more minutes talking about the equipment deployment, and I'll move on to address the other issues. Because Gwinnett aspires to a standard of excellence, former Chairman Nash, at the time, ordered an inspection or an audit to be conducted by the National Association of Elected Officials, also known as the Election Center. Those professionals came in, they traveled, I think they're based in California, they traveled to our precinct, to our county, and spent a number of days, including during the election, the August runoff, to observe our processes, and made a number of recommendations regarding the warehouse operation. As a consequence of that inspection, that audit, that consulting effort, as a result of that, a number of changes were made, both to staffing, to the warehouse space, it's now dedicated. And so I would offer to you that there's been significant improvement in the management and operation of the warehouse. I'll move on because I think I may be losing one of the board members, and I'm sorry about that. Next, the next issue I want to discuss relates to the late opening of 2 precincts, Canahada Elementary School and the Beaver Ruin Baptist Church. I was personally responsible for filing those petitions with Superior Court to ensure that the polls hours were extended appropriately. I'm sure the board members are aware that there is a statutory provision that says that there should be a Superior Court judge available to address any issues, and we promptly filed petitions with the court to get extensions. The delay in time, I think one precinct, their opening was delayed by 14 minutes, and the other precinct, their opening was delayed by 20 minutes. I can tell you specifically why that was. There's a poll pad that's used at the precinct, and literally there's a password associated with it, and one of the poll officials, the password was 1 digit off, and she struggled for a while to figure it out. Ultimately, I think perhaps she called the main office on the helpline, got the 4th digit or whatever was needed, and was able to access the poll pad, but there was a delay. The second delay arose because, and I have it in my notes, a ballot scanner wasn't working. There was a delay in opening. In hindsight, the poll worker should have opened the polling place, allowed emergency ballots to be used until they got the ballot scanner operational. That didn't happen. There was a delay in opening, but we did promptly secure an extension order from Superior Court. So I offer that as the explanation for the delay in the polls opening. With respect to the misdelivery of component parts to 2 precincts, that happened, board members. That was tied to the late delivery. That was tied to the logistical challenges associated with our deployment of voting equipment. And finally, with respect to the allegation relating to emergency paper ballots, I think the thing that I would emphasize to the board is that what you didn't hear from Chief Investigator Ms. Carth was that this was not a situation where a voter was disenfranchised. Unfortunately, there has been some turnover in our leadership. So Christy Royston, who was the election supervisor, has been replaced, and I was unable to get any detailed information that I can come to you and say, no, this happened and not that. I don't have any facts that I can offer to counter the allegation, but I will say that you didn't hear from the chief investigator that this was a situation where voters were disenfranchised. So I invite you to consider that. In sum, I think it's important that you heard that we self-reported on the late deployment. I think it's important that you heard that we promptly secured orders from the court to allow voters to vote additional time at those 2 precincts, Canaheda and Beaver Ruin. I think it's important that you heard from me as to why that happened. There were technical issues, one with the poll pad, the other with the ballot scanner. I think it's important that you heard from me that the board was supported by the county commission to take proactive steps to address any warehouse issues and to improve the servicing of the warehouse. In fact, there's a much larger space that's now available for staging the equipment, for testing the equipment, that is likely to make those delays an isolated situation. Mr. Chairman, at the beginning of the meeting, you were discussing specific and systemic problems. I'll offer to you that that the late deployment of equipment is certainly not a systemic problem. There was an isolated situation that we were literally adjusting to these additional component parts, the multiple component parts that now constitute the voting system that we use for the B&Ds. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, for those reasons, I would ask that you not refer this matter to the Attorney General, but that you offer the Board of Registration Elections a letter of instruction. One minor reference I want to make, I think in your report it references the election supervisor as Kelvin Williams. And I don't know if that's been corrected in the documents that you're looking at, but certainly in the documents that we received, Kelvin Williams was identified as the respondent. And because he is not the election supervisor, I would ask if this board does refer the matter on, that he not be named as a respondent and perhaps solely named the board. He was not the election supervisor at the time. Mr. Chairman, do you have any questions for me, members of the board?
Don't other board members have questions for Ms. Wilson? It is Wilson, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Wilson, can you confirm that these equipment delays were not repeated in the runoff or in the general election?
Absolutely. I stand in my place as counsel for the board to tell you that we have not, subsequent to the June 9th, 2020 election, had issues with deployment of election equipment.
What I'm curious about is that there are other large counties that have lots of precincts that didn't have problems. And the problem is really one where somebody had gone out and looked at the machines and said, these are new machines, better go out and look at them, see what size they are, get trucks that we have enough capacity. It looks like that just fell through the cracks totally.
Am I invited to respond to that, Mr. Chairman? I'm not offering that as the sole explanation. That was the second point that I made. The first point that I made is that the equipment was prepared, the equipment for deployment was prepared out of sequence, such that the precincts that should have received equipment, let's say, earlier in the day or earlier on this would have been Monday. Yeah, equipment's going out on Monday and early Tuesday morning. The equipment that should have gone out in sequence was not ready to go because the employee had not prepared it to go in sequence. He had prepared it in a completely different sequence. Consequently, he was terminated. So this is an employee who's making decisions about deployment that he should not have made.
And had this employee done this before? The task and not necessarily made the mistake.
I cannot answer that question. I can tell you he was terminated.
But he's not making it anymore.
Beg your pardon?
He's not making it anymore. He was terminated.
Correct.
Question?
Dr. Johnson?
I have a question. So you hired the consultant to come in and look at the whole system. Do you actually have a report or numbers of subsequent failure to open on time for the November 20 election, the November 21 election, or the May 22 election? How many precincts did not open on time?
So, Dr. Johnson, I'll answer the questions in sequence. The election center did their audit or the work that they did was not solely restricted to the warehouse operation. It was looking at everything, all of the operational aspects of election administration in Gwinnett County. And a report did come out of that, to answer your question first. Your second question asked about subsequent late openings. And I'll work my way back, because I can go from memory and tell you that there were late openings in the May 2022 election. We had 4. Again, we secured orders. Please forgive me if I don't remember the details of why there were delays in May of 2024. I can tell you that I believe from memory, I may have an email, I believe there were delays in November 2020, but I think that was limited to 2 precincts. I don't remember the details. Please forgive me.
In November 21.
In November 2020, in January 21 for the runoff, there were none. So we've had, go ahead.
Right, and last November 2021.
Gwinnett County does not conduct municipal elections on behalf of any of the 16 cities. So unlike, for example, DeKalb or Fulton, we were not engaged, the Gwinnett County Board of Registration Elections was not engaged in any election administration for the municipal elections, because we don't conduct elections for our cities.
And the handling of emergency ballots, that should be a process that is handled no matter what new equipment a precinct has.
Beg your pardon, Ms.
The handling of emergency ballots and the accounting for those and the counting of those, that process should easily take place no matter what type of equipment, whether it's new or...
Dr. Johnson, absolutely correct. I mean, whether we're using BMDs or DREs or paper ballots or whatever, absolutely there are clear regulations and laws governing the emergency ballot process. As I mentioned before, I don't have the benefit of knowing the details regarding these allegations, either because when the investigation initially happened, we don't have records of what was discussed, what was agreed, but I want to emphasize the point that this is not a situation, as I understand it, where voters were disenfranchised.
Well, Ms. Cox, didn't we find that voters were disenfranchised, that they were not permitted to vote? I thought that was one of your findings.
Under here for the provisional ballot, it says that Ms. Marlowe, she filed a complaint saying that she attempted to vote on the voting machine during June 2020 general primary, and then she was given a provisional ballot, which she claimed they were saying that she got one, but she said she never got one. According to Strancer, after completing the provisional ballot, she deposited her ballot into the slot on the ballot box. And then review of the Georgia voter registration system confirmed that her absentee ballot was canceled on June 9th. So.
But there's one of the...
She wasn't on the provisional ballot numbered list of voters or the chart presented to the board.
Mr. Chairman, may I make an inquiry here? I don't even know the names of the voters that are allegedly had some issues with their emergency ballots. If I could propose, perhaps, that if the board, with respect to this issue, is inclined to refer the matter to the Attorney General, I would ask that you continue the matter to allow me, on behalf of the board, to make inquiries with the specific facts, because I don't even have the facts regarding the allegations related to the emergency paper ballot. So I don't feel like I've been able to fully present the board's case with respect to that issue.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any discussion about or motion to be made?
Well, I'll go. The test of a lawyer is not when their client is innocent, because that's easy. The question is, what do you do when they're guilty? And so I think that was a tremendous presentation. I think you did a great job in presenting the case. The county was well served. Here, I think it would benefit from a cease and desist order that can be negotiated with the Attorney General. And so I think there is sufficient evidence of a violation here that I think needs to be dealt with on a cease and desist basis. You did everything if you have a problem, you did everything that's right to do once you know there's a problem. Y'all responded perfectly, you self-reported, you came with the, here's why we don't think it's going to happen again, here's what we've done. Perfect presentation, perfect case. So I don't think there was anything wrong. There wasn't anything I think you could have done differently that you didn't do. There wasn't any information that you could have given us that you didn't give us. But I think you can work all that out with the Attorney General's office. And so there are some cases at the time I've been on the board where the past chair or other people would be like, we're sending this over because we're really mad about this. And so this one is, I think y'all did everything right. So there's not any, I mean, there were problems that you got to get fixed, and we need assist and desist. But there's not a sense that you weren't aware of it and you weren't doing your best. So I send this over with no malice or anger. You did a great job in presenting your case, but I do think it would benefit from a cease and desist order if there's other things. So I move that the case be sent over to the Attorney General's office.
Well, here's my thinking on this. I said at the beginning, I still feel this way, that when a county recognizes the problems, take prompt corrective action so that we are confident that it won't happen again because of the remedial action that's been taken, that the county ought to be given credit for that. I guess what I was unaware of is that there were late openings after this event. And if that had not happened, I might agree that there ought to be a lot more leniency, but the value of a cease and desist order is that those voters who get up early, that go to vote because they want to get to work, trust the process that their precinct will be open, and that happened afterwards, that they weren't opened. And this is a process that you and we are responsible for facilitating the voting process. Now, I'm not sure I'd say that it's a matter of whether we're mad or not. It's a matter of what's the appropriate response. And I think there's something about having a meeting like this and having the resolution to be prompt. So I would be in favor of referring it to the Attorney General's office, provided there's a representation that you'd have to give up a hearing because you're entitled to a hearing if you find a violation. But you want it resolved in a way that there's certainty, and we want it resolved promptly. And if you would agree to cease and desist without any other sanction or other consequence, and did that in a relatively short period of time, I would be in favor of using that as the remedy for this violation, even though we could do more. But the cease and desist, I think you have to understand that if this happens again, late openings, where we don't see repeat violations in counties that have had prior late openings, that puts us on record and you accepting that it won't happen again, absent some extraordinary accident circumstances. So I don't know what your thought is about that, but that's the way I think it's reasonable to proceed.
Mr. Chairman, I know you're deliberating and you're inviting me to respond at this time. I know the
I am, yeah. Well, we're kind of deliberating, but we're more discussing with ourselves.
So I am reluctant to agree to a cease and desist because I don't have instructions from my client.
I understand that.
We have been through the consent order process with the Attorney General before, and so I would, if the board is referring it to the Attorney General, as I believe Mr. Mashburn has indicated, that certainly that would be the motion that he proposes to make, and to the extent that that motion passes, I would be inclined to keep moving in that process that's familiar, in the absence of any authority to agree to anything without my client present or have access to.
Mr. Chairman. So if there's an uncertainty that the polls open on time, and the voters are given the option to vote with an emergency ballot, but there's an uncertainty that that emergency ballot is counted, now there's a compounded uncertainty in the process of these elections. They don't open on time. You give voters emergency ballots that they may not have trust or the faith that they will be counted. That is my concern.
So, Dr. Johnson, I hear you concerned about a compounding problem that this case presents, whereby there were 2 polling places out of 156 in a county that has over 500,000 registered voters, as somehow indicative of the Board of Registration, and then the 2 emergency ballots as somehow indicative of, as potentially creating a lack of confidence. That's what I'm hearing you suggest, that those 2 things compound to leave the voter with the impression that their vote in Gwinnett County doesn't count. I think the evidence, I would point to the record that I believe Gwinnett County has for conducting efficient elections, fair elections. I would point to that record as opposed to simply relying on the situation with the emergency ballots. And as I said, full disclosure, I'm in the unfortunate position that I can't address the board on the specifics, because I know that we have a process for handling provisional ballots, we have a process for handling challenge ballots, and emergency ballots are not provisional ballots. Emergency ballots just get counted. They don't come to the board like a provisional ballot or a challenge voter does. So if I can respectfully disagree, I hear your concern, and I don't think that that's where we are in Gwinnett County. That's my honest and best response.
So it's always attention to detail.
Absolutely, and this is not...
And looking in the emergency ballot bin of every single ballot box.
And again, Dr. Johnson, I don't know what the facts are here, because it wasn't provided to us in the document that I have. I think that I hear your concern, and when you ask me about subsequent late openings, I understand your concern. I'll say this, that the ability to extend hours, it's a statutory mechanism. I think it's 212414, don't hold me to that, or 212413, but the General Assembly provided that as a fail-safe mechanism, because they recognize that things happen at polling places. So, respectfully, late opening where there's been a technical problem that could arise from an individual poll worker or poll manager making one judgment call as opposed to another. The better judgment call in both of those situations at Canaheda and Beaver Ridge would have been to open at 7 o'clock and let people come in. That would have been the better judgment call. Instead, we're here because they kept the doors closed. That's the best I have to offer in response to your question.
Any other comments? So your motion is what, Mr. Mashburn?
Refer to the Attorney General's office, because I think it would benefit from a cease and desist. But the way we've done it in the past is we kind of say, I'm sending it over with instructions. And so our instructions is, I'm more interested in the cease and desist order a part of it than I am in any fine. So my motion is to refer to the Attorney General with instructions.
And the instruction being
We're more interested in the cease and desist
a
aspect of it.
consent
than a
order
fine.
as opposed to a fine.
Correct.
Any other questions? That's the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion's passed. And is Charlene here? Wait a second. Can you get to this promptly and see if we can't get it resolved in discussions with the county?
Yes, our office will contact the county attorney as soon as possible.
Okay, so you all talk to each other and let's try to get this wrapped up.
Is that Ms. Wall? Yes. Oh, sorry. Thank you, board members.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good job.
All right, we're going to do two things. One is we're going to break for lunch, and we're going to go into executive session to discuss some pending litigation involving the board, and we'll be briefed on our lawyers about the status
Yes,
of it.
Mr. Chair, I think we need a motion to go into executive session, so I hereby make a motion to go into executive session.
Second.
I was actually going to do that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
But I'm glad you reminded me, because I might not have. Any discussion? All right. There's been a motion for us to go into executive session. Is there, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. We're going to take about an hour to do this. So we'll reconvene here at 2 o'clock.